Hello. Fuck! Even in the future, nothing works!
This ship will self-destruct in exactly 10 seconds.
Helps if I actually have microphones. And I think I moved something. Nope. That way. Am I in the middle? Okay. I tried moving some things around. I moved my chat window from down here to up here because I think like that way I'm looking a little bit closer to the camera, like I'm looking at the camera. I can't do it. And then games, and then stream stuff, and other stream stuff is lower down. I don't know. Like the tofu stair is probably one of the better stairs, I gotta say. I did my best. I like all the different stair emotes that I have. Bees. Oh, does Snoot have a stair? No. I had to double check. I was like, Anyway, happy Monday. I have no idea what I'm doing today. There we go. That feels a bit better volume. Yeah, there is just the puppet. I love how its eyes are kind of a little askew because it's a puppet. I don't know. I was trying out Chatterino this weekend. It's kind of neat. I can kind of just have people's channels open and then look over and be like, oh, they've gone live, and I can type stuff. Oh my goodness. There's some good stairs too. I like that. Alright, so move that over here. I got no idea what I want to do today, so I was like, well, I could do some art stuff, which would be me looking down at my tablet a bunch, which I'm like, I don't know, I think I really need to move my camera around when I do that. Yeah, like, this is the first time I've had the executable file saved on my computer for an age, but then I have not. Wow, what's that one? D-bit. I like that. The shadowing on it. Very dramatic. Derailed thoughts. Words. Oh yeah. So like I feel kind of bad if I'm doing my art because I'm looking down at my tablet and you just sort of see the top of my head, and I'm like, maybe I need to find a new spot for my camera. Like, I think if I dropped it down about that far, so it wasn't way up above me, but more on level with my, like, if I'm looking straight forward, this is where the top of my computer monitor is. And my camera is significantly above that, as you can see, like on frame. Down here somewhere is my gaming monitor. So I can always pull that down, but I'd have to take it off the tripod, or I'd have to figure out a way to mount it on the back here. And someone messaged me something. Where am I? I don't know if someone is watching me, but they messaged me in Discord saying my stream rocks, so I appreciate. I just need to figure out. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I get confused when random people show up and I don't recognize their usernames from Twitch. I might have to add a thing in there and just be like, you know, maybe not as many steps as Will, but like one of those ones where it's like verify is like a bot that verifies that, yeah, you have an account and you followed me into my Discord. But so far, no one's been really problematic. I think I had one person try to sell me stuff, and I'm like, nah, thanks, bye. I don't need someone else to make assets for me. I have my own assets. I am my own asset. Never mind. Welcome in, Mind Beams. I swear to God, this is why I don't do face cam a lot. Oh no. Okay, now I'm getting calls. I'll be right back. I gotta take this.
I just wanna be part of your symphony. Will you hold me tight and not let go? Symphony.
Yeah, what's all this? What's all this? Hi, Cordy Kitty. Hi, Kitty Kitty. Yeah, lick my thumb on this side so the world can see your beautiful face. You're sticking to my shirt. There we go. Hi. You want to go on your cat bed? I don't know how long she'll last. Oh gosh, she drooled on me. She was on my shoulder for like 3 seconds. Anyway, yeah, so sorry. That was a follow-up from the folks that did my son's dental surgery. Getting drooled on by my cat. Welcome in, Knoxville. How's it going? But yeah, I don't know. I didn't really have any hot plans for today. I've got a variety of games we could try, or I could do some art and work on an animated GIF that I have and got plans for, and see what the process is like. And then I would just be, again, like I just feel bad if I do art because I don't think my camera's really in a good spot for it, and it's not like my art tablet is up for me to draw on. I can't, like, it's not like painting on an easel. Like it's mystery. But I mean, listening to music and having me draw on a Monday morning seems like, you know, that could be fun too. I don't know. I mean, because I don't know, that's probably what I'll start with, is just sort of drawing, or maybe I could share my scenes here. Uh-oh, where'd I go? Hello? Hello, where am I? There I am. Okay. So, I mean, I go over here, and I've got, if I click on this, there we go. There's my beautiful, these are things that I could stream maybe. I made a whole category called For Stream Maybe. That was about as far as I got for games. Some of them are games I am playing on stream already, so Control. I could do Shadows Over Loathing because we did the first one. No, I'm kind of in the way. Oh well. There's a game down here where the water tastes like wine. That's the one that my head was over top of. And it's something. I started it once. I don't remember anything, so I would just start a new game if I was to do that. Some ones I was looking at that I got specifically for probably playing on stream would be like Bear and Breakfast, maybe. That could be cute. I don't know. Like, I don't know how long I would play it, because it's one of those ones where I don't think it has a necessarily like a hard end for the game. It's kind of like a Stardew Valley, kind of a whatever. Like you're a bear, and you I don't know. You show up and you start a bed and breakfast in a little town, little woodsy town. I watched Suddenly Clara playing it, and it looked super duper cute. So I had it on my wish list for a while. Then it went on sale recently, and I was all like, heck, I'll get it. I think it was like $10 or $15 when I got it, and I was like, heck yes. There's just some ones that I got for gifts that are on sales, like Beat Buddy just looked fun. I got it a while ago. I installed it and checked it, like, you know, I installed it and I looked at it and then I closed it being like, I'll save it. And I got this as a gift. It's like a little fighting kind of unit. I don't know a lot about it. I just know that the style looked neat. We can watch this together. And I mean, I'm not good at these kind of games, but it could be fun. Because there's all these little mechanics. And I bet you'll watch me fall into space a lot. But the style's cute. And it looks like there's maybe puzzles and fighting. And after playing Zelda, I'm like, this could be kind of fun. A little more action. So that's a potential maybe. Maybe. Could do some Cyberpunk, but that might be after Control, or I might do Horizon Zero Dawn after Control. I could play through the story for The Long Dark. I've had The Long Dark. I helped kickstart this game. That's how long I've had The Long Dark. Because because I just really loved the idea of it, the style of it, that it's a Canadian studio, a West Coast, Pacific Northwest Canadian studio. I loved everything about how they made the game, the style, the art, the sound engineering, where they go out and they were actively recording the actual sounds of their part. Like they went up to like the Queen Charlotte's in that area, and were like recording the sounds of the wildlife and the weather. Right? They've added so much stuff, and I've never fucking touched it. I just keep looking at it, being like, I will try it. Like, I'm confident I loaded it up like last year and was like, I'll put it away. But who knows? I don't think like hi to Guai. But they were up in that area. Like, I don't know where for sure they were doing their recording, but it's the Hinterland Studio. Oh, it's not. I just like my brain's just like think of the area. I thought Haida Gwaii was more specifically the one island. But I mean, names change. I'm old. And yeah, I thought the Haida Gwaii was more specifically just the South Island. But if it's all the islands are called that now, then that's okay too. I mean, I would like it eventually if BC had a name change. That would be cool. But yeah, so that's an option. Moonlighter, I played that a bit on my Switch, but I would be interested in starting it again. West Coast is Best Coast is a long alternate name, though. Fair. And it doesn't make a good acronym either. I could always play some Vintage Story. I've barely started that. And it would be mostly me. I think I don't know if it would be chill or if it would be boring. I don't know how exciting I am in a game when I'm learning how to play something like Vintage Story. This was something that looked neat. I played it a little bit a million years ago, and like a million years ago. Last play 2011. Holy fuck. But it looked neat. And I keep meaning to go back to it, and then I never do, because that's how I do it. Like, I've got games in here from forever ago. I just figured I would load up all these different things. This I got on maybe I got it in a bundle, maybe I got it as a deal. I don't even know when I got it, but it was on my list for a long time, and it looked interesting and kind of spooky, and kind of it's a story. Like, it felt very atmospheric. But I don't know if it feels too cold when it's like minus 15 outside. I'll stop that there, but yeah. Like the setting, Northern Canada, 1970. A strange blizzard ravages Atamapec Lake. Step into the shoes of a detective to explore the eerie village and investigate some surreal events, etc. And I'm like, that sounded kind of neat. Kind of spooky, but kind of neat. What else? Oh no, I have too many games. There we go. For streams, maybe. I have lots of games that could be for a stream. I'd be willing to restart Pacific Drive. I got 30 hours in, and then I got distracted. And I'm just one of those people who I have a really hard time when there's choices. So having like so many games in my games library, I'm like, I just don't know. I just don't know. You know, maybe I can just, instead of looking at the top of my head, I can always switch over to a me over here. Where am I? Because then I wouldn't feel bad. Because then you're like looking at me on screen while I'm doing something. Full screen, please. Let's pick Noxie's outfit today. And you'll see a duplicate because I have my screen share on still. That's what I switched to my Clip Studio. That's the general premise of the business that I want to work on underneath all my options. So let me just, I have my hair on the side today. It's a blue shirt. That'll work for me. No, I don't need the service gun on. There. And I have my glasses. I got my tea. And if I hide that underneath all my things. I don't even know. I wonder if I can get these tracks out of here now, or if it's gonna fucking crash on me again if I try to. Oh, it crashed. I give up. So many of, yeah, no, I have a lot of fun with the RahiTuber. Like, I just enjoy being able to make something and put it in there whenever I feel like, because I have all the files saved now, so I have basically I have like a paper doll of myself that I then can make outfits on top of, which is super easy. You know, maybe I can go, you know, I can go with my turtleneck, I can go with other shirts. I've got this jacket, I've got my vault set up. It's kind of chilly out. I can just wear my sweater, a shirt. And then I've got all my businesses. It's like, I think the current expedition will be done tomorrow on No Man's Sky, which means probably maybe Thursday they'll launch their new expedition. Like the current expedition is a Redux, like it's one they did at Halloween. And they put it back out for people to get all the cursed stuff done. Okay, just got to tab away from that. Heck, what have I done? Okay. Close menu. Be unfocused from this program. I can do it. There. Like, for whatever reason, so long as the main program isn't up, like it's clicking in it. Yeah. I think the benefit I have is, you're looking for a game to play. I say I am, but I want it to still be a chill Monday game. Thanks for the auto S. Yeah, I figured that way I don't forget. I don't forget that folks are streamers that I can shout out if I bake it into an entrance command and mix it up. So that way when folks come in, like Mindbeam shows up, they'll get a shout out. You know, Coffee Then Code shows up, get a shout out. If Business Memo shows up, get a shout out. Whoever, if I know you're a streamer, I can add you in. I bet there's other ways to do it, but I just do it manually and then I can forget about it. You need to do that, except you're building your own bot, so you have to code that part. Yeah. That is. I am not a coding type person. I can work well within a pre-existing like GUI, and that's it. I just have I have my streamer bot. I barely know how to use it. I mostly have been trying to stick things in. So I got Mix It Up, which has its own little business. There's Stream Elements, which I guess it kind of is there. I don't necessarily like it, but it's super easy and accessible. And then StreamerBot that I'm trying to learn how to do things with, I can import pre-existing code into StreamerBot. So I that much I can go on GitHub, find a code piece if it does what I want. But I'm still trying to figure that out. And yeah, like that's it. Like I got OBS and Sammy, I got StreamerBot and Mix It Up. There's Stream Elements, then RahiTuber and the stickers. And I just get stressed out when I'm like, do I need to add more to make things work? And I'm trying not to. Oh, that's why you're building one. The ones out there are too complicated, too much stuff. Yeah, for folks who know how to code their own things, I mean, that's got to be super. Like it's work, but it's got to be super nice when you do it and you get it done. You know how it works. It works the way you want it to. Versus being like extra bloated because it needs to be easy for dum-dums like me to use and accessible to a wider range of people for a wider range of uses. Like you don't need like extra versatility, you want specific use if you can make it yourself, right? But yeah, so I got things I could play, or I could do art. Yeah, my idea is to animate something like that. I don't know, like, oh yeah, my music crashed. I'm like, stupid, dang. My Winamp doesn't want me to change my files. You're like, your shadow animation is direct rip off the Borderlands enemy animation. Then you have to code the animation, and it has to go to the Twitch page to get the banner. That sounds like some work. And I mean, I did really hope to have like a lot of folks have pretty neat banners though, so that'd be kind of cool where it pops up. I haven't gotten that far. One day I will. I was actually thinking whenever anger management's done, like I think that he's finished up his Clipperino thing to be not like I think he ironed out the last couple of bugs that he was fighting with, and he might be putting that out real soon. And it looks good. It looks pretty robust. It looks like it works pretty smoothly when he's like stress testing it on his stream and things. So, because I really like the idea of people come in and you do a shout out and it plays a clip, or people can just request clips to play, or if they put a link for a clip in, I think it gets found by the Clipperino. Lots of cool stuff. Let's see here. Gonna find I don't know, a playlist or something. I was trying to figure out how to make Spotify do what I want, and I don't know how to make it to show me my files in a way that are organized instead of just literally a giant list of all my music. And I'm like, well, I don't want that. A custom order? No, that doesn't help me either. It's already... Yeah, I just don't know. Making an animated GIF, just a GIF, like a rip GIF. And I want to have a little grave bit. So like the first bit of the animated GIF will be the little plot, and then the gravestone will pop up and have like the RIP and then a little maple leaf coming down to land in the front. Is my idea. And it'll be the size of the whole thing when it loads up, but that way it'll be a little animated. I just thought it'd be a fun one. I die a lot. People could use it. Something a little more fun than just like my bleh dead X'd out eyes type one. I don't know. Got lots of miscellaneous things. Because I made this one on the weekend or on Friday, and then I made somewhere in here the screaming, the screaming. It was a lot of little things to make it go, and that's just like the one that I did. And then I had a Rafflecopter idea. My process. This is my idea. My idea is to have the ROF LOL or the ROFT LOL rolling on the floor. I never know if I'm like rolling on the floor, laughing out loud, or rolling on the floor, laughing out loud. And then so it would pop up with like the lull, and then a little helicopter doing a little spin, and then loop back to the ruffle. So those were like the two that I was gonna work trying to animate, but I need to figure out how to draw a cute little helicopter. That's not just a little pudgy circle. I mean, like, helicopter. My little sketch of a helicopter, just the really basic, doing a little turn. And whereas I'm like, I know what a headstone, a gravestone, looks like. And that's fine as background as you struggle bust through the plains. The plains in Valheim. Those death skeeters. Do not like them. Do not want them. I don't know, I guess anything can play my music. I'll just close Spotify because it doesn't want to do what I want it to. And if Winamp doesn't want to work, I'll just go to Music Bee. Music Bee always works. And what was the last... Okay, the last thing that I was playing was a whole bunch of Weird Al. So why not? Okay, what is it doing? And where is my volume? Nope, that's going through. Well, that's why I wasn't using this, is because it did not have a option. Ugh. There we go. Sound device. Apply. That was an update. Okay, well, how do I random in this? I just have to make sure that the music's going through my VOD, not going on my VOD track. There we go. God, I have not used Music Bee in forever, and I'm like, how do I do anything in it again? Oh, it has a visualizer. That's new as well. Oh well. Well, there's some Weird Al. I'm still trying to figure out how to tell this thing to randomize. Because I don't want to just play all of them in order. Voices of the Void is spooky but not scary. I've seen some people playing Voices of the Void. I'm not... I just want something chill. That's why I have the games that I had up as options. Like Bear and Breakfast looked fun. Cardo was interesting, kind of a little chill story puzzle game. I'm always down for a little RPG of some sort. Moonlighter has those sort of like two elements where you've got a little town that you're building up and sorting out, but also these dungeons that you go through, kind of... Oh, what's that style of game? Like Cult of the Lamb and Hades and Enter the Gungeon. It's got like that kind of fighting. And you unlock stuff and get loot they bring back to your little town to run in your shop, and then you run your shop and get money to get goods to go into the dungeon. One of those kind of cycles. And where'd my mouse go? There it is. Super, super chill. Yeah, not in your repertoire. Oh, yeah. Well, that's in your games library, Nimble. I didn't think about it. What the car? I don't think that's too silly. We could play What the Car. Do I need a controller for that? Does it play better with a controller? Your games go more into the Super Tedious Builder Survival category. I mean, I like a variety of things. I was thinking I could play the Dyson Sphere program. That's buildy. I could show y'all my absolute disaster of a factory in Satisfactory. Because that is a game that I put hours into. I have one save. I don't know. I've got lots of games, and a lot of them are games that I just don't know if they would be entertaining to stream. Space Engineers. Yeah, I've noticed you've been playing that quite a bit. I'm like, I wonder if that's something that I or Nimble has. What space games do I have? Apparently it is a thing. Looks like I have it in my games. So rough. Being sick sucks a lot. Nimble's sick. He's supposed to be working, but instead he's kind of like vegetating in front of Valheim. This doesn't even have all of... I'm looking at my playlist for Weird Al. It doesn't even have all the Weird Al songs on my computer. The heck with that program? I'm just so cheesed. Nothing's working the way I want it. Why does everything have to suck? Aw, poor Nimble. Space Invaders can be chill and not chill. I think any kind of game where you gotta be cruising around building stuff. A lot of my friends have played this, which is why I think I got it. I'm trying to remember if it has... Like, it has multiplayer, right? You can play with your friends. That's probably why I got it. Your playthrough on the server is very not chill. Oh, no. Oh, very, very multiplayer. Oh boy. Um, let's go back. I had like my things I could play with people. This was fun to play with people. It's not chill, but it's fun to play with people. I don't know. Assorted games. I try to like keep them categorized by things that how I play them. So sort of multiplayer games. I'm always I always like my Valheims. I like my survival crafting kind of games. That's why I'm like I could play. I load up my vintage story, and you can watch me fumble around and figure out how to do things. I just figured out how to do pottery. I haven't figured out how to cook. Like more than just like roasting something over the fire. I think maybe I had the wrong kind of container for stuff. I think my only problem with vintage story is I would want to make like a little wasteland kind of outfit for myself. Like I don't have a good cosplay for it, but I mean I could make one if I was going to start playing it more. I could start a whole fresh game of Subnautica. That game's also fun, and I've never finished it. And there's a whole Subnautica sequel, the Frozen thing, that I also have not played. And then there's a new one coming out at some point. I know Nimble was really stoked on the fact that they announced that they're making a new one. Just exciting things. I've been playing Pal World, and from when I played it like last year on Game Pass to playing it now, they've actually added more stuff that I'm all like, oh, what's this? What's that? So I've played like a whole 20 hours. I got it for a Christmas present on the Steam. Always check my town in Palia. Like I said, I could restart Pacific Drive. It's not so much chill, but I love the music. I love the music in Pacific Drive. It is like they got good jams. I could do some stuff in No Man's Sky just in preparation for the upcoming stuff. These are all the games that I play a lot, or that I want to play a lot more. I can always play Fallout 76. I was kind of waiting for tomorrow though, because I have like done all my weeklies, and I did my there's the Valentine's event going on. But I also kind of wanted to play something different. I know a lot of folks have played or been playing like Vintage Story or like RimWorld. I'm bad at RimWorld. I'm real bad at RimWorld. It's not something I'm willing to play on stream because I'm bad at RimWorld. How do I have that many hours and be this bad at RimWorld? That's what I really want to know. Don't judge me. I mean, you can judge me all you want. I just don't care. I love Fallout 76. I'm unapologetically, I love Fallout 76. No, I know RimWorld's massive 400 just to start. It's God, I'm bad at this game. What was one of the... I don't know if I can see my screenshots from when I was playing. My four screenshots. Yeah, this is part of it. So, can I zoom in here? So you might notice, I didn't know how air conditioners worked. And I was like, I dug into this mountainside, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll just put a fridge right here. So here's my kitchen. Here's my fridge. There's my little air conditioners pointing into a room to cool off my fridge. Then I realized that, then this was a hydroponics or whatever. I was growing food in here, and I'm like, it's kind of a little warm in here. I better vent that out. So I vented it, and I put an air conditioner in to a hallway and to another room. And then I was like, oh, this is getting warm. I better vent it out. And this room over here has open air. So I started just daisy chaining these air conditioners through my base. Because I'm like, well, I don't understand what are these doing? And Nibble saw it and was just like, what the fuck? Because I have this one room over here that's not open to the air. It's in the mountain. I can't break the ceiling. And it is, what is it? Something showed me like the temperature, like 75 C. And that's when it's not that hot. I've seen it get up to higher temps than that. What am I even taking screenshots of in this game? Anyway, yeah. So that was one of those things where I'm like, I don't even know. You're not judging me about Fallout and Fallout's your favorite franchise, but Fallout 76 made you quit gaming and sell all your stuff for 6 months until Satisfactory brought you back. Oh my god, rough. Yeah, no, I got it when it first came out. See, you could door glitch one of your AC units indoors and get super cold temps. Door glitch. You see, I don't even know. I play jank when I play these games because I'm just like, well, I can make it work. It's not supposed to work that way, but I'll make it work. If you put enough air conditioners into a hot room, it'll cool down, and then you just put more air conditioners into the hot room on the other side, and so on. Oh no, I never had any problems in Fallout 76. I don't PvE or PvP at all. I have like I always have myself set to passive, and people could come up and try to attack me, and I'd just stand there and be like, whatever. As long as I don't hit you, I don't come out of passive mode, and you can't, like, do shit to me. The only time I have problems is if someone tries to mess with me while I'm claiming a workshop site to finish a quest. Like, I have, like, my weekly quests and things. And even then, almost never happens. And for the most part, I think it's been long enough that most of the people that liked doing that kind of shit just got bored with Fallout 76 and left, because they tried a couple of different things in the game. Like, they added, for a while, we had a Battle Royale system in the game. Like, there was, because it has the different worlds. So you could join a Battle Royale server and just PvP to your heart's content. Or, like, they have the option, like, I don't remember if it was from the beginning, but they added pretty quickly the option to set yourself to passive so that you don't get hurt by other people. Like, if another player shoots me or attacks me, I take, like, 1 damage, if that. And that's, like, if they, like, shoot things around me. And then if they do PvP, when they're not, like, when they fuck with things that they're not supposed to, they get flagged and become a bounty that people can hunt. Oh yeah, no, they fixed that for sure, because someone can stand in front of my turrets. That does not flag me for PvP or turn off my passive mode. Like, it's Bethesda. That probably took them a little while to get there. Oh, interesting, Abide. Doors in Emerald, for some reason, a black hole for heat transfer. So if you have an AC unit back into a door, there's no back pressure, and you can just output. That's so silly. Clearly, I need to go into my RimWorld game and just fix some of those AC units by putting doors in front of them. That'd be so silly. I don't know. I just... Like I said, I wasn't sure. I have games that I want to play. I want to play more Hades at some point. Eventually. I'm really bad at Oxygen Not Included, but I love it. I love it so much. I love the style. It's a fun game. You may have played RimWorld a little too much, burned out on it. I entirely understand that. That's what happens to me sometimes. When I do go a little nuts on a game, I'm just going to scroll up here and be like, so I got this. And I didn't play it until, let's see, I got it, was it for my birthday, not last year, but the year before? Regardless, I got it, I didn't play it for a long time, and then over the course of, like, 3 months, I put in, like, most of these hours. Like, it was my top played game. Oh man, I could do that. I could just go to my, no, here, I want my actual little profile page. There we go. My replay things. Specifically, oh no. Oh my god, now it's the dentist again. Just a second. These dentists keep calling me, and they're all, hey, you, things, dentist work stuff, and I'm like, ugh. And it's all the same questions from two different places. Cause yeah, my son had dental surgery on Friday, and he's doing well, but they're doing all the follow-ups, being like, how's he doing? How is he over the weekend? Is everything looking good, healing? Nothing's looking bad, etc. Any complaints? And I'm like, yeah. And then the dentist was like, anyway, we had to do more fillings than we intended, and the difference in cost from what your insurance covers, so we owe him like another $300. So I'll talk to my mom and my brother about that because they were going to pitch in, because getting that work done now is more important. Like the dentist basically did more fillings and less caps or crowns or whatever they call it when they cover a tooth up with the metal cover. So he had to have one of his baby molars have a little metal cover on it. But the other ones were sturdy enough that they just needed fillings. So instead of putting more of those caps or crowns or whatever it's called, I don't know the terminology whatsoever. My brain completely forgot what the dentist said. Yeah, I wish they would get their fucking status coverage too. Like, it'd be great if they would just fucking have status. But the goddamn fucking government and their bullshit, I will never not be fucking angry about that. It's so fucking stupid. So, like, Nimble is, we're Canadian, Nimble's First Nation status, like, Indigenous persons of Canada. And, you know, it goes all the way back on most of his family sides. Like, it's like all the way back on his mom's side, basically. And then, like, most of the people on his dad's side, updated and including, you know, his dad and his aunties and everybody. So, you know, our kids should have status because their dad has status, because his families have status, etc. Yeah, and there's so ages back, if a First Nations lady married a non-status person, it wouldn't even have to be like, you know, not even just like a white guy, just a non-status person, then they would lose status. Or if they were adopted into a family, they would lose status. Or all these kind of different things, and they would lose status. Because the whole thing was to enfranchise all these unenfranchised Native people and make them not be status anymore. Because, you know, colonialism and bullshit. And our government finally came around on the, maybe that's not a great thing, because they didn't do it to guys. A guy could marry a white chick, and that, you know, a non-status person, and that non-status, like, woman or whoever would then gain status. And then their kids would have status, and their kids would have status. But not if you were a woman. If you married out of being status, you were fucked, and your kids didn't get status, and their kids didn't get status. So they finally started fixing that in, like, the 90s, and started giving back status to women who lost their status because they married non-status people. And then they were like, well, I guess we need to give your kids status too. And then they finally were like, well, I guess your kids should have status too. That makes it fair for everybody, right? But it meant that all these people had to reapply for status and get their statuses back, and it was a whole giant fucking mess of stupid stuff. And I guess when, like, Nimble's mom had to apply for that and get her status back, and it didn't write down that both of her parents were status, so she got a different kind of status than full status. Like, it's still, she has full status, but it's not the kind that she can give her grandkids, which makes it so that even though Nimble has status and both his parents have status, and he should have full status, and he should be able to pass it on to his kids and grandkids. It took them 4 years. 4 years from when my kids were born, we applied for their status cards, and we got a letter back being like, man, they don't qualify because their grandma has the wrong status. And we're just like, are you fucking kidding us? Here's all the papers. Our kids have full status. You can go fuck yourselves. And it's been 2 years now that we've been waiting for them to get back on that and update shit. And until it's all updated, and until the government fucking says our kids don't have status, so they don't get any of the status benefits that they should have for existing as children of status individuals in our fucking country, for being, you know, Indigenous. And it's like hot garbage. And it's making me mad, because I'm starting to think that I could apply for my fucking status, and I might get it before my kids do. And I should just fucking do it. Like, I just need to go to the stats offices and be like, hi, I just need copies. I have a copy of my dad's birth certificate, but I want a full form one, or one of my dad or of my grandma, so that I can be like, look, here's my grandma and her status, here's my dad and his status, here's me, why don't I have status? And then my kids will have status because I'm status and my husband's status, and be like, look, 2 status parents make a full status baby, so the government and its bureaucracy can suck a fat fucking donkey schlong. Oh my god, I get so mad about it. Oh my god, it's a Will. Hello, Will. Quick. We have I have the fun stuff on here. What is, I had something I made for you, but then I was like, nah, I just turned it into a regular alert on my channel. I wanted to make a new walk on for you, Will, and I might at some point. But I just had to make this an alert. But yeah, government bureaucracy, bullshit. Colonialism, bullshit. People who think that we're past it, bullshit. Load him up. Rawhide. Yeah, it's a party. Anyway, that's like I can get just infuriated and riled up on that. And it's all off topic because of dentists and distracting me with their dumb dentist phone calls. So yeah, this one time when I didn't really play Baldur's Gate, and then all I did was play Baldur's Gate, and that was a problem. I'm like, oh my god, what have I done? What did I do? There were so many hours out of what is now like more than 1,000 hours a game, and like 80% of that was just November of 2023. I'm winning at the video games, right? Not even doing anything. It's been forever since I started stream, and all I've been doing is bullshitting. Like a whole hour. Got good soundtrack music in the background though. Got like, I don't know, games I can play, games to play with people, games that I can play on stream, games that I play anyway, because all I do is play games. Yeah. Well, there were the ones that I was thinking that had my attention the most was maybe Bear and Breakfast, maybe Cardo. Some of them were there was. This is a rhythm fighting kind of game. It looked pretty interesting. And then this one's also a rhythm fighting kind of game that looked kind of cute. My sister gave me this one because we both enjoy rhythm games. They're fun. And I just don't know. And I'm like, where's all my windows? I need to have my stream dashboard business up somewhere. There we go. I'll just double check all the redeems, make sure those are all things that happened. It looks good. I always want to make sure that I didn't miss any hydrates and things. Yeah. I don't know. I plain don't know. I would like it if I would stop getting distracted by a lot of things. Yeah. I mean, I think maybe I could do a little art to start. Where did it go? Here it is. And just be like the process and some music. And if I keep listening to the Pacific Drive soundtrack, maybe I'll just play Pacific Drive. I don't know. Because it's just a jam. Like it's good tunes. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I've noticed I've been getting like when I have my camera on and not just the pin tuber, then I start getting people showing up on Discord being like, "Hi, you're pretty," and I'm like, "Oh no, I gotta delete that, make that person go away," because the follow up is, "Do you have like X way for me to give you money for?" And I'm like, "No, do not fucking look at me like that, please. Thank you. I'm a married mom. I'm happy. I don't have like any of those. Like, no, just no." They don't do that when I'm like this, because if they see an animated thing, they're like, "Oh, the person behind the camera's got to be not good looking," and I'm like, "Nah, I know I'm good looking. I'm proud of myself. I just like drawing pictures of me too." And where's my pen for my art program? And I gotta put my hair back behind my headphones so it's not in my screen. So yeah, so I was looking at this to have like a little, this is my top one, yeah. I was like just sort of pencil sketching ideas. So what I had planned to get to like this end result of like that with like the little maple leaf. Blah 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 blah. Leaf there. Let's start with like the little kind of ground plot. And then the little bits above that, and I was drawing on the wrong layer, so let me just clear that stuff off. And oh yeah, I was just gonna bring my chat where I can see it while I am drawn so that I'm not missing anything. And I can do that in Mix It Up because that's my Mix It Up window and that's convenient. And I'll move my Spotify. I'm still getting used to having all this monitor real estate. Did I Ritalin? Oh hell yeah, I Ritalined. That's my part of my problem is I have a lot of energy. I'm just waiting for it to kick in. And having my Ritalin or not doesn't help me decide what I want to do. Normally I try to figure out what I want to do on Sunday. But yesterday I was having a bad focus day. The PNG tuber is the way. Yeah, like I don't know, I like it. It's nice. It's fun. I'm super stoked that that you've been having fun figuring out like models and things for your stream as well, Mind Beams, and that my little like bits of information were somewhat helpful. Maybe I'll start off with just that and then have the dirt pop up on the next frame and then go and have the gravestone start coming out. And my idea was that I would have the base layer and then I can start adding layers so that I can then move and take copies of and edit. Because that's kind of part of my process. So I wanted a couple of flowers. What a good little Because I think it'd be I could find a good playlist I could sing along with, because I do like to sing along with my music when I am just doing stuff. What's a good kind of grass color? And the other nice thing I like about making the GIFs is that I don't need them to be super shiny. I just need them to be relatively like smoothly animated. Like I can always make them super shiny, but you know, I can start off with just some basic coloring and some little bit of not even important shading, and just sort of go in and get some sort of like a little side cut and get a little bit of grass. And I could do a little kind of make that kind of poppy-ish maybe. It's more of an orangey or red for a poppy, I think. That's one of my favorite things about doing art on the tablet, as I get into it, is that I can kind of just sort of sketch up a little bit of something, and then it's, I can just add a layer, add a color to that layer, erase something that I don't like. Like I can sit there and go like, I can sort of draw around that. I didn't want that little line there, maybe. And then I can sort of go back over on this layer and be like, yeah. So it helps if I pick pencil. But I'm doing it in red. And wrong button. Which one's there? We go. I'm also still learning how to use this tablet. Having an art tablet is something I wanted to have an art tablet for so long, like from when I first sort of learned about them. And then I discovered how much, I discovered how expensive like a Wacom tablet was, and was like, well, never mind. I'm never going to have that kind of money. And pretty much gave up on having a fancy tablet because I'm like, well, I can't afford thousands of dollars for a nice drawing tablet, because that's heckin' how much a Wacom is. It's kind of sad. And yeah, so since the year 2000, I desperately wanted a drawing tablet, but could not afford a drawing tablet. And it wasn't until basically during the pandemic I started rethinking, hey, maybe I could afford a tablet. I had some good tax returns and things, so I was like, oh, I could afford this. And I went ahead and took a look at what was on the market, and I was just like blown away by the variety of tablets. Like I hadn't even really thought about anything besides the Wacom tablets, but I know that I was getting mad at Adobe because of how they were doing things with their software, and I had already in the mid 20-teens I had pivoted away from using Adobe products because they were making the programs I did have that I had perpetual licenses for since the mid 2000s. They were making those become defunct and undownloadable and not able to be reinstalled because you couldn't get the files anymore. And their authentication servers wouldn't take my fucking activation codes anymore. And I was like, well, I guess my Forever Student edition of Adobe CS4 now no longer works. What do I do? And I wasn't about to pay the money they wanted for their program, or pay for, and this is, I hate, subscribe to our program. They can go suck a bag of dicks. I'm not subscribing to their fucking... I buy a program. It goes on my computer. I use it forever. They can fuck right off. I could understand, okay, well, you got to buy an upgrade or something. And even then, I'm still, I don't like it, but I'll pay to buy an upgrade for something. Especially if it's not, a super huge cost. There's a lot of... Oh, there's a finer pen than that. There we go. The software that I'm using right now, Clip Studio, it has all the functions that I want. It's not super duper expensive. I have the Clip Studio Pro. They have a student version, a business version, the Pro version, and the executive version, which is their full unfettered version. And even to buy a perpetual license for that is only $300. To buy this, I got it on sale, half off, and it was $40 for the Pro version altogether. And then every year or two they release a new version, and it's $20 to upgrade. $20 US, but still it's $20 for me to upgrade from the Pro version 2 to Pro version 3. or they're going to be putting out a Pro version 4 this year, and I'll upgrade to that, and it'll be like 20 or 30 bucks to upgrade it. And like doing that like once a year, being like, okay, well, once every year or two, I need to throw you 20 or 30 bucks, and I get the new shiny version, or I can just keep using version 3. I just know that version 4 is supposed to have more support for the animating, and that's what I'm really interested in right now, is learning how to do this animating stuff. And so like as it is, I have that's not a switch to eraser. I like this because I can put frames like this into my timeline. I can also turn on animation cells. And with animation cells, I can set like a keyframe cell, and then I can set that and use it like a light table, and then draw stuff over top of it. Which I haven't really needed to use too much of, because I don't do like full up animating, but it's really neat because then, you know, if I make this, like this my keyframe, and then, I'm going to just put this back to flat for a second. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. You know, I could, if I had like a face that I wanted to animate, I could set the main face and then set the keyframe, and then the next cell that I go to, it would be faintly in the background, like it was on a light table, so I could then do my line art over top and have like that change, and then I could do the next page and do the change, and do the next page and do the change, or copy paste, you know, edit things. What I've been doing, since I don't have stuff with a bunch of background, I've been making things where I have like the background off mostly, is I don't need to worry about those keyframes as much, because I just see each of the layers in the line art, and it's not until I start coloring it that I have to worry about having a keyframe. Just like I don't need to worry about the timelines until I actually get into the process of putting things into the timeline and turning on certain cells at certain times. But it's been really interesting, because like I've just been teaching myself how to do it all in the program that I'm used to, because I'm used to just doing like layers and still art, and then finding out that I can sort of animate it. And the only thing that bums me out with the Paint Pro is that they only support in this version up to 24 frames of animation. If I was to get the upgraded version, which I might pay my like small amount to upgrade to version 4, and then wait for a sale and then upgrade from version 4 Pro to version 4 Executive or whatever it is. Like the X version, extra, that's what I'll just call it, the extra version. And then I'll have, I think then the program itself supports like 60 something frames, which is as many frames as I can put in an animation for an emote on Twitch anyway. But then I'd also be able, I could make a bigger thing, and then I have other software that I can use if I make like 4 smaller GIFs, and I can string them together in like GIMP or something and make it one really long GIF, or make a longer animated thing. I could add music. I could make an animated short. I could make, what are they called? Fuck, I can never remember. They're like animated storyboards. There's a word for them, and I can never remember what it is. But I've seen some cool ones where it's like, yeah, you animate the storyboard and you put it to like, you know, as a music video or something. Like I used to do AMVs. I used to just edit them in, what was it, like Lightworks and something else, because I had the whole Adobe suite. That's one thing that does bum me out, is I don't have that whole suite of software anymore. That was like one nice thing. The only nice thing I will still give it to Adobe for is that they have all those different programs under that big umbrella. And if you don't use that big umbrella anymore, then you got to find all these other little versions here and there, and you can't just have it in one suite. But I have been finding more little programs here and there that sort of fill in for that lack of that program. And that's also why I'm always interested when I see other folks doing art, like what programs they're using, whether they're using one of those free things or if they're doing art on Like there's different programs that are available for Macintosh that are not available on PC, or that don't work as nicely. And so it's always kind of interesting to find out what they use and how they use it. Oh yeah, and that all comes back down to, and since I didn't use Adobe, I didn't look at other programs for art for a long time, and I didn't look at the hardware. And then during the pandemic, I was like, well, I got some money. I have lots of time on my hands because I can't fucking leave the house because, lockdown and all that fun stuff. And I started looking at the available deals and the kinds of like hardware that people were using. And I do a lot of research. I do a lot of, is this gonna work? Is anyone that I know who does art using it? I'm on Tumblr a lot. So I follow a lot of like graphic artists and comic artists and other creators like that. And they all had, everyone has different hardware software that they use. A lot of them do use the Wacom and use other art programs that are compatible with Wacom. But I found a few that had been using a couple of different types of tablet that they said worked really well. And I was like, huh. So and one of them was this that I'm using, which is the XP Pen art tablet. And I hunted around online and was like, wow, these are very affordable. Are they really that good? And I watched some artists that I follow do some work on them. And I was like, wow, I mean, it looked pretty decent. Looked like they worked pretty smoothly, that it had good pen sensitivity, that, and this was the really key point, they were not wicked expensive. Even at full price, I have the XP Pen Artist 12. So it's a 12-inch drawing tablet. It's relatively lightweight. It's not a standalone tablet, but this was like $230, and I got it for like half off on sale on like a Boxing Day sale or something. Or maybe it was a Canada Day sale. I can't remember because I bought it and then I didn't use it still for a while because I was nervous about using it. But I only spent like $130 or $140 on Amazon. And I was like, there's no way this is going to work well. And it's been amazing. Like it is hot shit. Like it is great. And they have a whole bunch of other products. I'm thinking at some point in time I want to invest in in a standalone drawing tablet. I think that would be a nice upgrade to go to. The one I have, it plugs into my system into one of the so I need it to plug into both the USB and to an HDMI spot. And whoops, I hit a button. What have I done? Why is that erasing? Did I hit my mouse button? Right click, eraser. No, okay. Sometimes, though, I hit buttons and I do this to myself. Did I mess up the color? Why is it erasing? Because I was talking about how it's good. This is a user error. I know I hit a button that I should not have hit. There we go. That's my only problem with it is the button, and it's not a badly placed button on the drawing stylus. It's the fact that I fat thumb the button on the drawing stylus all the time, and that's a user error. So it's not a fault. It's not a fault with the drawing tablet itself. It's just me spinning. I fidget, so I spin the stylus around in my hand, and it's a pretty straightforward. It's basically a slightly fatter than a regular pencil, so it feels comfortable to hold. It's not super big, and the button is in a good spot by my thumb. But then I spin the pencil around, as one does, and I hit my hand. So let's check chat again really quick. very affordable. Like that doesn't feel right to subscribe. Yeah, I hate to subscribe. Like I think that's totally dumb. And what does Snoot use? I believe she has a Wacom tablet, and I think it's just a large drawing surface. And that means that like it's almost like a super big mouse pad that she can just draw on, versus having the camera, like the drawing screen. Like when I'm drawing on this, like this is what I'm seeing, is I'm seeing like what I'm doing, because it's like a monitor that I'm drawing on. And I think Snoot just has the big Wacom tablet that's not a monitor style. But I could double check that. I know that, oh damn it, I do want the eraser now. So I'm like, what am I doing? Because I know that she looks up at her monitor when she's drawing, and that signifies to me that she's got like the big drawing Wacom, which is also, those are a lot more affordable too if you're not needing to look at what you're doing. And I did have, for example, I had a bamboo tablet from Wacom, which is like a 8-inch drawing surface with a tablet pen that you can hold it, put it on your lap, put it wherever, and like you draw on that surface, but you're still looking at your monitor. And to me, that was not really any different than holding a mouse and drawing with a mouse. And I used to do that. Like I spent fucking decades just drawing on a computer in MS Paint, or eventually in Photoshop, just making art what I call the old-fashioned way. Yeah, okay. I'll just quickly I'll show you some examples. So I liked to like this. That is me with a mouse and a keyboard and Photoshop, using some vector art things to make the lines for the line art. This was originally a doodle I sketched in a notepad while I was doing training for Roadrunner Comcast as a tech support phone person. It was boring as shit. I drew pictures in my books instead. Then I put it on my computer, I scanned it, I made a line art on it, and then I did zoom. And that's just me with a little mouse, and like right clicking a color and doing it over top, and then right clicking a color, because I had the half opacity. That was me like figuring out how to do like texturing and do coloring and do shading. Was I just like sample a color, blend it, 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 and do that and zoom way in and zoom way out again. And this is like me figuring out how to use like my programs a little bit better. Just a bunch of dumb art. Well, there's my wedding picture of me and Nimble down there. But I scanned a lot of things because I do hard copy, like I do on pencil and paper. So like, well, that's a terrible photo. Do I have a good photo? Nope, that's a terrible photo. The hell. Scanned work. So I do this. This was 9 pieces of 8x11 paper that I scanned and cleaned up and strung together in one giant picture. But originally they were just scans. See, I don't even know. Make that a little bit smaller. Where's some art ideas, scans. So yeah, so I had stuff that I would draw. So you know, I was developing a style way back in the day. Here's one of my little fan art of Gur. I was really happy with how that one turned out. I like dragons. I like fantasy art. I feel like I was a pretty typical fantasy loving teenage nerd. Some of these arts are very old, some of them are newer. And this is just like the ones that I was able to save. Like this was a character I made for Shadowrun, and that's from 2003. And then my style has evolved over time. That was something that, you know, I always tried to have a style, or I don't even know. I'd like making fantasy characters for fun. I like doing designs. doing like art for my friends. Oh, this I played that one. That's my little fan art. I did which Final Fantasy is it has Vivi? I don't remember. 9. Yeah, so I played some Final Fantasy 9 and I was like, I like that character. And then I stopped playing it because all I wanted to do was draw art of like the little character. Because that's where my brain was like, no. It's just all about drawing that little guy and making fun pictures. And then like scanning and editing is sort of how I learned how to do art on my computer, was like scanning and editing things. I started using my tablet, like when I first started doing my tablet. There's a butt. I don't know if Twitch will let me show that. There's a dragon. There's my cat. And that's like me just figuring out how to use my, that's the bamboo tablet that I was using. So like I still had to look at my monitor while drawing on the little tablet. And I never liked how that felt, because if I'm using a pencil-shaped object and drawing, I want my eyeballs to see the end of my pencil and see what I'm doing. And then this is where I started getting into, using my actual, like the new tablet, and the clip program for drawing stuff. It's like, you know, some dragons, or drawing like little fellas here and there. There's me, that's when I graduated with my full bachelor's degree in university in 2015. Or coloring things. Like this is something I colored with a pencil, like just using, again, this is a line art from another, I think it was Mac Hall? No. Maybe yes. Ian McConneville? Mac Hall? I don't know. Old webcomics. Guy still makes webcomics, but has a different style now. But put out the line arts. I love it when people put out line arts that I can color. So like that's one someone did that I colored. This is one someone did that I colored. Again, with like just the mouse and keyboard in Photoshop. And I love coloring. Coloring is legitimate art. Oh, I made one of these one time a long time ago. Put it on Imgur, and then suddenly cats with hats doing the grandpa yell showed up everywhere, and I'm like, did I start something? I don't know. Maybe convergent ideas, but I know mine's time stamped on Imgur as way off in the beginning of that trend. The most memeable thing I think I've ever done. I wonder if this has. Oh, I started trying to color, but there's the they're all PSD files, which I can open in Clip Studio, but it's work. I don't know, just art I did of my friends, for my friends, things that I colored, again, all old style. I thought it was really cool that Snoot does these sort of things. This is my Gazelephant. I was on a Reddit thread, a Reddit thing back in the day, and some people would submit, like they would just suggest animal combos, and then people would draw them and add them to the thread. So this is like one of the ones that I did, a Gazelephant. And just, I don't know, just fun stuff. I just like coloring a lot. But art stuff. Being able to do it on my actual, listen, did my phone just ring? No, I'm good still. Dan and some handsome PNG, new PNG tuber unlocked. Wait, what? What did you see? What? Is it? Oh God, where? Which folder? I just flipped through so many things. I'm now looking at letters. Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah. That's the American Dad. Fucking Roger. That would be a hoot right there. That's the other fun thing, is I could always do, I guess, something I want to do. I just have to figure out how to do it. I think if I wanted to do PNG redeems like what Will has, I think I need to program them right into Sammy instead of having it be the third-party program, because I'm not sure how to set up the key bindings to make a swap to another. I don't know how many I'd be able to put in and what conflicts I would get with those shortcuts in RahiTuber. Like I could build them in RahiTuber, and I could do things like I have this, which isn't working. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so like that's like Control Shift M, and I'm a little maple person. It's like, wee, I'm a little maple person. And I could do ones, and the redeem would be, here's me, little person, and either I could set up a voice modulation thing to make me squeaky, which I thought maybe I might do, because I think how Will does it with the little little anime person, like the voice change on that's hilarious. And that could be something similar I could try to figure out, but I'd have to, again, I think I have to figure it out in Sammy to do something to my OBS to make that happen. Or, so I could always set up like PNG tubers that are like that, and have the pin tuber be in RahiTuber and swap to. I am using Sammy. Like my setup, my whole list of things is I have OBS and I have Sammy. So a lot of my alerts are buttons in Sammy that are triggered by like the channel point redeems, or by like bit alert redeems. And I also use Mix It Up because I can more easily make it play music and have things like in that set system. But for example, my deal with it is 100% in OBS and Sammy, and I had to figure out how to tell Sammy to be like, okay, when this triggers redeemed, which is the channel point redeem. Oh, hey, Jesus Christ. Okay, that startled me. Yeah. It will play the music, which is in Mix It Up, but it also tells, like Sammy tells OBS to turn on a thing, and then whatever happens. Like, so that's how I can make it work on my webcam and in my RahiTuber. So it's like, oh, it button presses this, which makes the glasses come down. Mix It Up says, oh, I got to play this sound, and it makes the sound. And then if it's, I have it set so it's like, if this source is on, then it does the trigger for the shortcut in RahiTuber to make the glasses drop. If Sammy sees that this source is off and the webcam source is on, then it tells OBS to turn on the glasses scene or source and drops the glasses down on that. And I was like, I figured out how to be like, states visibility. If visible, yes, then do thing. If not, then do other thing. Then wait X amount of time and turn thing off again. Because I need to make those scenes go away after the glasses drop. So they're not just there all the time. Like if I just trigger it manually, it's just there until it goes, then I have to turn it off. So I'm learning things. And I think I could just program a thing in OBS that Sammy can do. That I believe if I have like the better moving extension in OBS now, and I have to actually figure out how that works. Because once I figure out exactly how that works, I can get that over here. Okay, so undo what I just did. I believe I can then set the little like PNG tuber to be a scene, and I could add into it and have it move a certain way based on whatever for a short time. The alternative is, again, I could make it into a replacement in RahiTuber, but I would need to have that set up, and I think it's just a little tricky. A little tricky. I think any way I do it would be a little bit tricky because I'm just still figuring out how to do it all. I'm still just a little baby streamer. I only know how to do so much. And as you know, it's sort of one of those figure it out as I go. But I do think it would be cool to be able to have more redeems that change what my PNG tuber is, because I like that interactiveness. I also want to see if I could figure out how to make like the Twitch integrated throwing sort of work. And if because I think that is fun. Like I like how, you know, like Snoot or Sherry Kind and some of the other VTubers are able to have things that interact with them, like you know, pat the head, drop something on my head, throw something at me, those sort of things. And with the VTubers is easier because a lot of those integrate to the VTuber software, and the VTuber model has a reaction to it. Whereas I think it would be a lot more trickier to have something like that interactive on a PinTuber. I think it would be an interesting challenge. I know that with the Twitch interactive throwing system, NIML, that you can designate a set area on the overlay that you want the throwable or droppable items going to. And after they have been thrown or dropped, you know, depending on how the system interacts, you know, so you could have it set over top of a regular webcam scene, or you could have it set over your PNG tuber, and it would still generally, like, it would show up and something would happen. It's just that I don't have a way for that to then also physics and interact with my PinTuber itself. But it'd be like, you know, throw a thing and maybe my screen, like a little scene thing drops over top of me that, like, oh you spilled paint on me, or something gets stuck on me. I could probably figure out how to do that. But again, I'm not entirely sure. Not quite 100% sure on how I would achieve that. Let's merge those down. That's kind of like my little base layer. That's gonna stay the same throughout the whole scene. And then the next layer would be, this would be like frame 1, and then frame 2 would be starting to see some dirt show up. See, yeah, some like sort of fresh dirt's kind of dark, and the dirt would start crumbling kind of up. Now, because then I could animate that on like a little thing to go, like, this would be not visible because it would be, in fact, I'll just set it that way because that would be the main scene. And this would be like behind it, and it would go like rumble, rumble, and then the gravestone would pop out. So I just need to have sort of like one layer with the dirt. I'll drag that back down here. And figure out sort of how high I want it to get to. Rumble, rumble. Okay. And again, turn that sideways. Because I'm doing it, like, you know, I'm upright, and I have the way I draw. This angle, I draw better straight lines than if I was to do it like up and down. So that's sort of how I color things in if I'm just sort of doing a quick whatever color. And it doesn't matter if I cover up what I'm looking at, because that's kind of where it's going to end up anyway. And that's going to be a top layer behind it, so it's not going to be affected, really. And I can kind of contour it and add some detail. Maybe a little more of reddish brown. Bring it in here. Let's see. Yeah. Pretty mountains of flowers. That's sort of like what I'm working on is working on like a little animated kind of GIF. So that dirt's going to be in behind and it's going to come out. Oh, let's see. Where is it? Undo that. I want to grab this layer. So sort of like first frame. Oh, I need to fill in the green on that one. Missed little flower stems. Oh. It's like picking the correct layers of things. There we go. But also, welcome in, Angel Boy Dark. Yeah, got some grass, got some things. When I animate it, there'll be like that sort of a scene, and then the dirt will go like there'll be like rumble, 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 and then like a headstone pops out. So I've just been sort of working on layer and layer. So that's part of this layer. Oh, I need to actually turn that on. And there we go. So I just need to be able to get that and see if I want some more, maybe some little bits of kind of greeny kind of color in there too. Change that opacity a little bit because it is kind of busting up through the grass. I would, a little bit of dirt, a little bit of rumbling bits. And like a part of it's going to be, do I want to have a background at all, or is it going to be just the thing pops up out of the dirt? And maybe some little like rocks or pebbles or something. I think I have some little droplet spray that I can use to kind of simulate some rocks in there. That's the fun thing about the different brushes. And I can always clear off any extra that's standing out. But honestly, having some like little pebbly bits popping through, it's not a terrible idea. Let's make them a little bit bigger. That's the fun thing about brushes. So then this would look like this would be that, and then this would pop up, and like 2 or 3 frames, like 1 frame there, 1 or 2 frames to that, and then the headstone would pop out. It's just lined up a bit. Okay. and that's where I can get. The best part about doing something like the headstone or whatever is I can draw the full sort of size, and then based off of that, I can then just bring it down and animate it coming up by level. What I'm making for, other than fun, I'm making an emote for my stream. I wanted to have an animated RIP emote, like for rest in peace. And the idea is to animate it, to have it pop out of the dirt, come up, and then have a little maple leaf that comes floating down and lands kind of right in front of the gravestone. So that's the process that I'm going to go through. And when I'm done, I'll have a new animated emote that I can upload onto my Twitch. And I mean, it takes a couple of days for them to load, like to approve or whatever. But then I'll have it. Oh. Thanks for the follows who are anonymous. But thank you for subscribing, DJ Ajax. Welcome in. Goodness. What is happening here? Thanks for the subs. Yeah, so like I figured I didn't really have a good plan for today, so I'm like, why not work on an asset for my stream? So that's what I'm currently trying to figure out. You know, I'm making a new.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to will_shand. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Don't know when or how I turned that on, but I did some point tell it to read things. I picked a voice. But welcome in. Enjoy some of my fun emotes. The most recent ones that I made, since it's my channel, I can gigantify. So this is my favorite. It's not new. This is one I started off with. This is the first one I animated. This is my first animated GIF / emote that I put together. And then all the other ones I've done since then have had various degrees of complexity. Like, I don't know, watch a lot of Will Shan stream, a lot of Yara Yara happens around here. I also watch Morgan streams, and everyone throws pop cats at him, so I wanted to make my own little pop whatever emote. And now all subscribers have access to all these beautiful, silly emotes. The most recent ones are this. I animated this one last week, and also this one just on the weekend. And oh no, I missed it. Click. Scream. There we go. So these are the most recent ones that I made and animated. They're all based off of my PNG tuber. Also, as let's say, as followers and subscribers, you get channel points. I do have a variety of channel point redeems. Some of them we make on stream. Like I made that little potato fella during art breaks on my Zelda playthrough. We made a little Spuds guy to accompany us. And then I was like, you know what? I need to make him an alert. So I did. Now people can just redeem the little points and get him whenever, and it's fun. I do have a variety of outfits and things. I like to put different things on my character, or have different characters to play for games that I'm doing. But I couldn't think of anything cool for today. I just finished playing Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. That was my Monday and Tuesday games, and then I finished off. Thank you. I like it too. It's a fun scarf. Because I feel like I'm representing myself. I might as well wear the fun things that I want to wear. I also have, I don't know if this will work. In theory, I have a cup of tea. Sometimes I don't know, everything is scuff. The scuff life, that is, I've learned that's what streaming is about. It's scuffed, and we do it live. We just miscellaneous sound effects. Anyone can use the sound effects. I mean, it pops up. These are the ones that I have currently for the commands. Like any followers can be like exclamation, whatever. Depending on what the alert is and how focused I am, I may or may not be jump scared by my own alert. I have a counter for that. Where am I at with those? Let's see. Is it? Wonder if it says in here. I'm just going to check if this is the how many times. There we go. I've been startled by my own alerts 124 times, at least. Those are the ones that we've managed to remember to keep track of. And it's the sound surprises me. Every time I just get surprised. And sometimes I get very surprised. And that's just how it is. Put my little shades on. And that's the things that I have little accessories. No, that was from when I played Doom. I made a Doom Marine hat. That was fun. I can wear I have my little toque. And yeah, so I don't know. I just have fun. I have fun making the emotes, making stuff, and that's going to animate to there. And I need to make my headstone on the next layer. So I'll make that go away, and I'll just make the whole headstone. Let's see if I can get a decent headstone shape. Without resorting to like tools. So I like that hand-drawn, somewhat jankiness feel of that kind of thing. So I think having it be about that wide be nice, and I want it to be probably about that. I want it to like fill up most of the available emote space. And do I want it to have like some sort of a fancy edge? I don't know. Let's just make the kind of rough shape for now. Be rounder than that. Maybe we'll make it skinnier. Like in the middle of the flowers. Well, maybe I'll give it the point. Ooh. One of those sort of styles. Let's see, is that about halfway? Approximately. Start spinning it around a little bit because I get a better curve if I follow my actual wrist on that. And the other thing is, once I get it halfway and I like it, I can then just copy, rotate, etc. Like mirror it myself. Ooh. How fancy do I want this? I think I want it relatively fancy. So I think I want like a little kind of swirl. Wonder if Spotify's still playing the same. Yeah, still playing the same soundtrack. I'm just gonna erase out the parts that I don't really want anymore. That's the fun thing with the sketching. Is a lot of it on the tablet is taken away, which taking away from the start thing what I don't want anymore. So approximately that kind of a shape. And then again, this is sort of the sketch layer, and then I'm going to color in underneath it. And I think that general shape works for me. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the part that I want, which is this part. Whoops. Wrong tool. I want this tool. So, doop. And we copy, we paste it, we freeform, edit, we flip it, and we move it to where I want it. And okay, then unselect. And I just got to clean up all the junk over there. Easy peasy. That's the nice thing about things that are symmetrical, is that I can just fuddle it that way. Well, let's make that eraser a little bit bigger. Now that I'm mostly just cleaning up the lines from the other side, I could have done that on the other side, but whatever. But what I mean, just I could have cleaned up those lines before I copied and pasted. Don't get too dizzy with my flipping around. This is just my process. Everyone's got their own process for how they utilize the assets in their computer drawn arts. And I don't aim for a perfect anything. It's all kind of scrungly and silly, and that's all that kind of matters to me, is that kind of scuff look. Oh. I think the whole thing needs to come down a little bit, because I think I want that sort of spot in the middle there. Boop, boop. To be just that little bit more room for a little bit of a spike. And try to make sure that it's somewhat even on both sides. And give it a nice bold outline. There we go. Wonderful tombstone. Thank you. Yeah, I can add some little, I can color it in now, make some nice little details on it. And then the whole process is going to be that, like, it'll actually here I can just do this sort of thing and be like, it will animate up there, because it'll be, I'll have it hidden. Well, I mean, it'll be on a layer where it's hidden, but it's going to be boop boop, sort of do like the little slideshow. So it would start, I would have this scene up. Again, I would have it like a transparent background so that I can put it on more things, but base sort of little flowers. These are undisturbed. Then the dirt starts to come up, like rumble rumble. I'll do that like on maybe 2 or 3 frames of the dirt coming up. And then I will have a number of frames where like this will go like rah, 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 and pop up out of the ground like kind of suddenly. Like maybe 4 frames for that to go from like there to like up top, because it just goes plip, 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 plip. And then I will have another one where a little maple leaf comes down, and I want to kind of go like swoop, swoop, and land, and then it would restart the GIF. Hey, welcome in, Thunder Reha. Yeah, I'm listening to the Pacific Drive soundtrack on Spotify is what I went with, because it is such a good soundtrack. Another soundtrack that is absolutely fire is I don't know if I can say it right. I will just find the game really quick. And by game, I mean The soundtrack is Laika, maybe Laika, Aged Through Blood. It's a game that's on my wish list. I listened to the soundtrack. I got it on Bandcamp, and that soundtrack is on fire. The game looks really badass too. I want to try it, but I don't think I have it yet. I think it's still on my wish list because I don't know. I have too many games. I have so many games and not nearly enough time to play those games at all. Like that is life, right? All the not enough time in the world. And that's the fun stuff. I wonder if I should go from just chatting. Is there like an art category? Maybe I should do that. Or I'm just chatting. So like, I guess I'll just leave it as is. And it's just like working with my my drawing tablet to maneuver it in the angles that work for me and what I'm doing. One of the folk, like the person who does the first track for the soundtrack for Pacific Drive, like the radio music. Oh dang it! Why can't I think of the name? Ghost. I got too many things open here. Let me just go back to it, please. Spotify, stop. There we go. Shell in the Pit, the song Ghost in the Road. A Shell in the Pit has a bunch of music from different like video games that are all pretty awesome as well. And they have a Bandcamp or what have you. I can bring that up really quick because they do that song, the Ghost in the Road, and it's really good. But I was actually very surprised at the number of other games that the person made music for, and that also that they're, I believe, Vancouver based. And I always like to support Canadian content and British Columbian content and like Vancouver content because I've got a lot of friends and family down at the coast. I grew up in the Lower Mainland, which is our term for sort of like that greater Vancouver area. Like I didn't live in Vancouver, but I lived adjacent to in one of the numerous suburban cities around around the area. So it's, yeah, they got a huge, like I really love it. My older brother had a record label called The Farm Records. Because my older brother, like he's 8 years older than me. He's a solid Gen Xer and music was his thing. It still is his thing. He still makes music. But he had a record label, like he had a recording studio that he based out of a warehouse in like Richmond or something. And he actually had albums out for quite a while. Welcome in, Taco. Hope you're having a good day. Maybe. I mean, it's entirely likely. I know when my brother was at the beginning of college for him, basically, like I was the kid. He was out of high school or just about out of high school. He used to have like my mom was like probably one of the only parents who would let people have a drum kit in the house. So my brother had a lot of friends who would come over, or people that he knew that he wasn't actually friends with, but he knew them and they liked to play music and they wanted to practice for things, and they could come over to our house because my mom didn't give a fuck. It's like she's like, my kid's over here playing music, it's all good. And so the first drummer for the Matthew Good band, my older brother heard so much of the drumming for that from this guy who'd come over and hang out while my brother played on like guitar and he would play the drums, that my brother was like already tired of Matthew Good band music before Matthew Good band became like a big deal. So when he found out that I really liked that band and listened all the time, he would just be like, ugh. That was always funny to me. Hope you're having a great day there, Taco. We're just chilling. I'm working on an animated GIF for my stream, and I'm just having some fun with that. Like my process is I build sort of all the layers, and then I start doing the individual sort of spots in the timeline to make it, and just chilling, listening to music. Yeah, working and lurking. That's pretty normal for a Monday morning. I feel it. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, shell in the pit. Just because they do so much stuff and like they're Vancouver based, so I always like to throw things out there. I know there was that shout out before when Taco came in. If y'all aren't already, I'm assuming pretty much everyone here is already aware of who Taco is and the wonderful work that he does supporting Children's Hospital in Boston with Extra Life and the charity streams. Every stream's a charity stream. So if you're not following him already, you should follow him, check him out. It's always fun times. We've got really wonderful folks in all these communities, and you're all amazing, and I love y'all. And I especially like to like the support for the Children's Hospital because I've had things in the past where we've had to go to Children's Hospital and have them take care of my kids. I basically lived in Vancouver at the Ronald McDonald House. I always support Ronald McDonald House as well. Like if I was to do a charity stream in the future, like I know I will at some point, that would be who I'd support is Ronald McDonald House and or BC Children's Hospital, because they helped me and my family so much when I was pregnant with the twins. We had a lot of complications. It was really stressful. And I pretty much lived in Ronald McDonald House for 2.5 months next to Children's Hospital before I had the twins. And then we had the twins, and one of them was in NICU for a month. And then he had to have follow-up things, like surgeries for things because he was a preemie and he was underdeveloped and small. And they were always super wonderful, and they always did. Like they have amazing facilities and fantastic nurses and doctors. And Ronald McDonald House and the work it does allowing families to stay next to the hospital with their, to be there for their kids, to have their families there for their kids is absolutely phenomenal. And while I do have a lot of, I'll say like latent PTSDs from the situation because it was a stressful situation, and also I felt kind of bad that I was just there being pregnant and stressed out while other people were there with, with very sick kids and very sad situations. But that Ronald McDonald House provided, like they had volunteers always in there. They provided fresh home-cooked meals. At their, every night there was a dinner made by someone who volunteered and came in and provided dinners for everybody. And events for the kids to keep everyone's spirits up and to, have all these families be able to be there. So that's, supporting those hospitals, supporting things to help sick kids and get better and have their families with them is always super amazing to me. Like I always thought they were amazing before, and then when I needed to have those services help me out, it was even better, even more amazing to see it firsthand. Let's see, I want to get a little skinnier line because I'm going to want to detail in kind of a bluey gray, if that matters. Because I think having that kind of like embossed kind of edge around the inside looks nice. Don't know why that doesn't. Yeah. Again, I will probably just do 1/2 and then copy it over because, again, 1/2 always tends to work out better than the other half. And also just the angle at which I draw, since I'm drawing right-handed, tends to work better if I do it that way. There's something on my monitor. Oh my gosh. Okay, this goes up maybe a little bit. Yeah, okay. And then I can just sort of copy that part here. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. The lasso tool is awesome. And the freeform tool is awesome. Flip horizontal. Bring it up a little bit. And on symmetrical items, it's always nice. And then I can just clean up the spots that I need to clean up. Now, it doesn't have to be super great because I plan to texture it a little bit as I color in behind it anyway. It's a good kind of stone color. Let's go with that. Let's pick a big brush so I can fill this in really quickly. And I can just fix the edges when I get to that point. I can erase what I need to erase. Yeah, having that color gray is not bad because then the inner edge kind of stands out. And then I'm going to do a slightly lighter color, I think, on the outer side. Or maybe sort of a two tones. Maybe kind of a greeny gray. It's going to be too dark. Maybe. Oh, maybe not too dark. Maybe just too green. There we go. I think that's a good color. Yeah, I think I'll change to another soundtrack after this. 'Cause this is getting... There's one more sound, or one more song on the soundtrack. Just trying to think about what I might want to do for that. Ooh, another soundtrack for a game that I really like is Bastion. That was a fun little game. The little platformy kind of business from what, like 2011 or something. Maybe it's older than that. I don't know. But it had some really good songs. Like, I really like it when folks who make a game either get, like, in this instance, you know, they had folks make just really good. They got like good songs. Period. The instrumental part of the soundtrack is also really solid. Like, that was good. So I have both for Pacific Drive. Like, I have the game soundtrack, which is not the radio soundtrack in the game. It's just like all the other sounds or songs. But for something like Laika, L-I-K-A, the soundtrack for that's all made by the developer team who made the game. They also had some musically inclined folks, and they made all the music for that too. And I think all the other games by the same developer, like that team, also makes the music and things for those games. In fact, I'm just going to switch to it now because it's just a good soundtrack. It's chill, but it's catchy. Okay, so I like how that line's going. I'm gonna combine those together really quick because I'm pretty happy with how that looks. Doesn't need to be tidy at the bottom, but maybe I will tidy it up anyway. Make it a little more square, even though that part's all going to be hidden behind the rest of the scene. Whee! And that would be the main thing, but then I need the actual RIP. And now I'm trying to decide, do I use a font tool or do I draw it? They do have some pretty fun fonts. So let's just pick a spot here. And it's currently in the same color, so that doesn't help anybody. And let's make that black for now. And that's not a very graveyardy font, nor is it a good size. So let's make it big first off. Rip. And I will get that to center, and then I will take a look here. And what miscellaneous? I promise this is something kind of gothic looking, right? Let's see. Extra bold Comic Sans. Oh my god. Oh, if I got it in here, I might put on there just for giggles right now. There. For the giggles. For the lulz. And I'm just sort of scrolling through my list of assorted whatevers, which don't show up on the stream, but you can see my mouse wiggling. I'm looking through the list. Papyrus would also be acceptable. Oh lord. I should do something. I could do something completely fancy script and unreadable. Nah, it's too swirly squirrely. Nah, too stylized. It's got to be something that's pretty clear to see, because it's got to be able to be tiny in GIF format. Hey, welcome in, Noxley. Yeah, you came in earlier. I'm assuming you're also work lurking. Like honestly, I'm probably legit gonna go with like just a basic kind of Times New Roman style something in that kind of script area, cohort, group, family. I don't even know. But just something that is easy to see when it is teeny weeny. Not a little silly. The P there looks a little silly. Like the R. Also don't want to mix a bunch of fonts together. Too boring. Webdings. Not helpful. That wasn't what I wanted to click on either. So many fonts. Something really fat. Big fat font. Nope. I don't want to go with just straight like Times New Roman, which is in here, but I know I saw like I know I have somewhere in here a font that because I downloaded a bunch of the free fonts or whatever, the open source fonts that you can get, and I know there was one that looked pretty cool. Oh, there we go. This one's called Old Biker. Oops. No, I lost it. There we go. They also have a... Damn it. It's hard to do that with the pen. It's easier with the mouse. Let me just... So they have the rounded. They have a drop shadow. Now, is that just the shadow? Yeah, it's just the shadow. Interesting. It is nice, though, because then you can have the font, and then you could have the shadow. So I could make it kind of like a highlight behind. Okay, so I copied, I pasted, I'm gonna highlight again, switch that back to black, but I'm gonna do just the because then, in theory, I should be able to just stack the shadow underneath. Okay, and then up here, I don't want that to be black, like all the way black. And I think I want the kind of scruffy looking one. Might have to just make it a little bit. Doesn't quite line up, does it? Well, maybe if I have it like that. Interesting. They're the same size, font-wise. Picker Shadow Regular. The rough regular should be the same size. Maybe... I think the amount that it is stretched out is different. Can I... Oops. Can I change that in the settings? Text direction, yeah. Ratio, yeah. Just trying to see if there's a... what's it called? Way to say like how far apart the characters are. Like, I don't know enough about this tool. Learning as I go, all the time. Because I know in... Some of it's also that I just have like these deep-seated knowledge from years and years and years of using Photoshop, where I'm like, I know in Photoshop there was a thing with their text tool where you could also change like the size of the font, like not just that, but like the amount of distance between lines when you're writing, or how much distance is in between the font, like the letters in the font. So not just alignment, not just justifying, but to change that. I don't see that is an option. Maybe doing that, making it bold. Almost, but yeah, like as you can sort of see what I mean there, right? Where it's like these letters are slightly further apart than the letters underneath, which makes me want to just pick the same font again and put it underneath, and do my normal, like if I was just making up my own shadow, I would normally just do it that way. And have it, whoops. Roughly like that. Then click out of that tool and put those together. They are now just an image and not a text tool anymore. So I can always just generally kind of rip. And then I'm like, it's easy to see when it is tiny. Rip. Does it look like an RIP, or does that look like an AJ something? Oops. Oh no, I didn't want to grab that. I wanted to grab the whole thing. There we go. Rip. How much do I like it? Do I like it at all? I don't know. Let's make another layer and try again. It's like maybe I just don't like the font. Maybe that'll make it feel better in my brain. And no, I don't want the bumblebee bold. Where's the Disney font? Oh, jeez. Old English heavy block font. Yeah, like that's what I'm sort of like trying to find, just like a good classic basic ass font that's chunky but is easy to read. This one is one of my favorite fonts to use for anything. Not very artsy and grave fonty, and the little dots don't work on that font. It's bold though. No, I don't like that one. Okay, what's this? No, I think I could even write it better than that. And a bold. Cedar. Oh, maybe. You're a classic. Oh. Oopsie doodle. Classic easy font. Again, I probably just don't want it black. Probably just want it like, oops, highlight it. Probably want like a dark gray. so I can kind of blend it into the gravestone a little bit. That's classic. That's easy to read. It's clear. I'll get some of these Microsoft fonts. It's like so many fonts. So hard to pick something because there's so many options. Because I'm also thinking like, well, what other fonts do I have on my other emotes, and how silly do I want it? I mean, that could work. Maybe. I kind of like that the eye is a little tiny bit bigger on that one. And I can always jazz it up a little. And it's readable at a small size. Hello, Caffeine Fiend. I'm working on a assets for stream. Oops. No, make that go away. Stop it. I don't need that layer. I don't need that tool anymore. Just stop being silly. Let's get this back centered here. And turn it into just a regular art thing that I can draw on. I think that works pretty well. It's a little bit silly, but not too wibbly wobbly, and is readable. And I can add a light kind of gray. I can do my own little highlighting. I'm going to do it on a separate layer though, because if I F it up, I can fix that. So a layer from it. There we go. Kind of making my own kind of beveled edges on it. Oh man, now I kind of just want to play YouTube playlists because I'll just listen to a lot of my music that way. Oh, oops, too much. I like Bees has a fun little little lighter emote as well. What did I have up here? Bandcamp. Since I don't know. There. That's the artist's Bandcamp for that album. And I think it also links over to some of the other soundtracks that they've worked on. But I like Bandcamp because you can play things on it. You can favorite stuff on it. You can always support the musicians by buying music on it. And then you can once you buy it, you can download it, play it from whatever. But even if you just want to listen, listening is free on Bandcamp. You can just tune in. Just realized that I didn't have a little outline on the rest of this leaf. Just gonna lower my art tablet a little bit. There. Get a better angle on those. And that's about the same. That's about the same. That looks about straight. I feel like maybe I will bring this down a little bit, which then bring everything down a little bit. Too many layers. An easy way to do this is to pick everything at the same time and bring it down a little bit. Okay. Like that, got that. Those highlights on the letters. Okay. No, too dark. I want to have, I think, this kind of color and make that a bit smaller. And I don't want it on that layer. I want it down here and on one layer up. There. That adds kind of a texture to the stone that I can then blend out a little bit. Blending it out too hard. Let's try a smaller blender. Think about it. Maybe a textured blender. too bright. Just trying to get some texture in and on that. And maybe something, maybe like a little bit of a streaky kind of texture. Which I can probably just achieve by using little pencil lines. What did I do with that? And I want it a scooch bit darker. I feel like as much as I like this soundtrack, maybe it's too chill. While I am thinking about what to play, I'm gonna play one of my favorite songs from the Bastion soundtrack for that game. It's such a good song. Oh, you build a wall. I dig my hole, you build a wall. One day that wall is gonna fall. I'll build a city on a hill. Okay. Come build that city on a hill. Someday those winds are gonna spill. So build your wall and build it strong, 'cause you'll be there before too long. Let's see here. Okay. Cleaning up that edge. Tricky. Getting that highlighting that I did on the rocks out of the way of the rest of the thing. Back around to there. And that stands out pretty good. And I need a leaf. And this is going to be one of those ones that's going to take a bit. I just need to make the leaf first, and I have to decide how much I want to animate it. And whether I have it just coming down straight or if I give it like a curl. I think I might just steal a leaf that I've already made because, you know, it's my own assets. I could do what I want. If I just go to my regular Maple Leaf file where I've got all my Maple Leaf stuff. Copy. Nope, that's the wrong copter. I should probably save this at some point as well. RIP master file. Let's see. There we go. Hey, welcome to DK Marzipan. I'm working on, couldn't make up my mind today, so I'm just doing art. Then I'll try to figure out a game for tomorrow, but I'm just trying to make an animated GIF today. I've got most of the bits done, listening to random music. I think I'm going to switch up to some, but first, I have to tell it what audio device to play through. Awesome. That's what I wanted to see. I did set it to default all YouTube's to the track that's not going to stick on a VOD. We'll see if it lets me get away with this. It's going to be mostly nerd music. Listen to some Stupendium. And then I can work on some of the fiddly stuff. Like, let's see, I just brought in my Maple Leaf. Oops. What did I just do? Okay, no. Okay. Blend that down. Blend that down. Bam! Take that. Want it to be big enough to be easily visible. Then I'll bring it in and make it go this way, and then this way, and then to settle down here somewhere, I think. So I want it big enough to come down and to like kind of show up there. Oi, Jesus. Okay, hello. Oh. Whoops. Oh, I went and did it twice. Oh, well. Or I guess you did it. I'm like, I have buttons. I can get there. That's fine. Whee! So yes, then this would come in. Whoop. Probably be like 1, 2, 3, and then I could kind of come in and turn, and then do, and it could go turn. So I'm going to add yeah, we'll apply that transformation. So I'm going to add a little little note for myself that I want to sort of come in from here and go there. Sort of like that. Anyway, business memo. How is it going today? Enjoying some working lurking? Was it a lot of meetings and silly things? Okay, the other thing I need to do, so I need to copy this several times. Okay, so I'm gonna need to start setting up my timeline because I'm gonna want to start setting up the folders. I want one for the gravestone. I'm gonna want one for the dirt and one for the maple leaf. Okay. So that's that. This is going to be the main business. It's going to stay up the whole time because everything happens around it. So I could wiggle the flowers maybe. There might be too many steps. I don't want to have too many layers or too many things to have to animate. It's going to be tricky enough. Okay, so clearly one layer had something on it that I need to combine that I didn't combine. There. Ground, dirt, headstone, leaf. Leaf has to be on top of everything. So that's got to go above the dirt. I can have that kind of off for now. Probably want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I gotta keep it under. I gotta keep it to like 24. So I'm trying to do my math here. Be like, if that's 10 by itself, if I'll keep that frame up. So then, if the dirt, that's this frame 1, and then this coming up out of the ground has to be at least 2. So like 1, 2. And then this coming out, probably be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The nice thing is it can also go faster. If I do like a smaller gap here, let's see. It can start off a little bit slower and then make a bigger jump, a bigger jump, a bigger jump. Just bust it down more evenly. So there, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and I have room to add in up to 5 more frames. Also, hello Ratmos, welcome in. We're doing a little work. I'm plotting out how many frames each thing is going to need now that I've built all the parts. So now that I have all these wonderful little parts that I can bring in, I'm probably going to want like at least 2 more for the leaf. Is going to be the main thing that is going to take work to animate. And I went and I drew on the wrong layer for that. So let's wind this all back. Wind. Okay. Good. Okay. So that's fine. The leaf's got to come in. So I'm probably going to do like one, 2, 3, 4. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, and I did have to put this in above that. Okay. So it comes in 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so that was like the 10 and maybe a settling, like a wiggle and a settle, and that could be like, I'm going to call it 12. Oops. And then this is 1. This dirt is 2. The gravestone coming up 12, 13, 14, 15. Because that's kind of pokey, so like 1, 2, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then the whole thing at the end being like one frame at the end. And I can always have room to like maybe make this be 3. Let's give me some room to have maybe 3 in there. I might not need it. And I'm gonna want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 of those total, I think, to go from down to all the way up. And then I can add in on some of those, some little like dusty and some rocks. And then I'm going to need at least 12 of the maple leaves. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oops, I went too many. Or did I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, I didn't do enough. There we go. 12. Oh, it even says right there. I never noticed that before. I mean, you can't see it because I'm on top of it, but it's there. Oh, you know what? I've got the power. I'm going to try to fix that right now. Mix it up. Tell me what the effing command is. The command is just straight up PN. Okay. Stream elements. I thought I fixed that. Alrighty, and chatbot commands. It's under the timers because I have it set to go through these as it goes. Save. It's got my Discord, it's got my socials, it's got things about the redeems. In theory, those should all work. And now that is, in theory, fixed.
Hello.
Hey, welcome in ours. I gotta stop with that shit, cause you're perfect. Make off that analysis paralysis. Take a lesson from space. Pluto's not a planet, but you think that Pluto gives a shit. And that loud car goes by. How are you doing today, Iris? We're having fun. We're making. Gonna get to see my animation process in action. See how much of this I can get done. Let's start with the first one. That's going to come in from up at the top. And I want to freeform that because I think I'm going to animate it kind of swinging down. So that's one. I have that about there, so I'll come in about there. Bad bitch sucking up reality to the center of the galaxy and said, when I'm super handsome, yeah, I'll be happy. A dwarf planet go this hard. Man, Tom Cardy is so good. What random games? I didn't end up trying out any random games. I just stared at a whole bunch. No, that's the music video for this. Let's try again. There we go. These were some of the games I was looking at maybe trying. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. That's amazing, Ratmost. Oh my god. Sorry, it's so derpy. So I just wanted to move this over so I'm not just in front of the options. There. These were some of the ones I was looking at, maybe playing on stream. I don't know. I got these ones that stood out to me out of from the hundreds in my collection of things. That looks like I'm just like getting booped. Been trying to think about what I could play, like if I want to play something more long form or not on Mondays and Tuesdays again, now that I'm done on the Zelda. But I mean, I've got some other games on the Switch that are not listed here, and I've got games on Good Old Games. Hey, welcome to Silver. So yeah, you were late to the party with Tom Cardy, but fun to rediscover his work and dive in. You just seen one video out of context. Oh no, I'm on top of the screen. I don't need to do that. Let's leave me here. Bloop. And go back to this. Oh, this is a good one too, though. I really like comedy music and nerdy kind of music. I'm all about the Stupendium and Dan Bull and a few other of those. I don't know, I'll call them like nerdcore. I'm not exactly sure if that's the proper term for the genre. But I love it. And I love the production value on the videos that they make. Heck, I'm going to minimize, bring this up again. Like, they do so much work on the Stupendium videos and Dan Bull's videos. And they're so catchy. I love the songs so much. Because they're all video games related. Has to die, but the die you need to apply will find you if your time's through. Then the night behind you, nothing certain but death and taxes. Some practice, nothing certain but death and taxes. Yeah, super catchy. I really like. It's just so good. They're so good. They're so good. And like all Tom Cardy's music, so good. Own every single album. Have some miscellaneous merch. I have a Smoke and Joe poster, and I've got the NASA I don't work here shirt. which I love. I love, but I won't wear it because it's too cool. I just need to put it in a nice little poster frame on my wall. Corporate corporeal entanglement has excellent scansion. All I know is that I don't know what it is about nerdy Brits who do kind of nerd rappy stuff. They do a good job. They have a great they have an expansive vocabulary, a great lexicon. Yeah, no, 100%. Something totally spoiled for choice always with games. Pentiment does look cool as hell. I played a bit of it, and then there's so many other games, right? And my brain ADHD'd out, and I did other stuff. And then I sat there being like, almost guilty that I didn't play it more because I really like it, and I like all games that Josh Sawyer is involved in because he's really cool. Really cool. He's just really cool. Cool developer. Like, Nimble can probably explain more about all the different things that he's attached to, but I believe it's like the Obsidian and like that studios, some of those like the Baldur's Gate, old original Baldur's Gate kind of games, and things like that. I don't know, just fun stuff, good writing, fun games. Hooray! If you like Pentiment, then you gave some suggestions to left in the Discord, or have some, yeah. 100%. I am always open for suggestions for games. I like a huge variety of games. Basically, is any kind of story-driven game. I like stories. After that, is it story-driven and does it have like an inventory I can sort? Is there, do I collect things? I like collecting things. I like sorting things. Are there puzzles? I love puzzles. That's sort of like my like, is it... I like the ones that I play, I still enjoy playing, but I play a little bit less of, are some of the more action-y, what is it, like the ARPG kind of games. I still play them, though. Really, the ones that I don't play almost ever are scary games, because I'm a huge wuss, and I'm already jumpy as fuck. Which is why Spooky Scary Saturdays is a thing, because it's funny, and I jump a mile high all the time. And otherwise, stories and puzzles are what keep you on Earth. Like, preaching to the choir right there. Like, I like my, best way to put it is like my special interest, my autistic special interest is stories. First and foremost, printed books, like written words on pages, just make my brain so fucking happy. And they have like my entire life. A good book I will never not read a good book or any book. Like, I will just read shit. I will read bad books. I don't care. Does it have a catchy story? Is it horribly written but has a good story? I don't care. I'll read it. I read so many free books off the Google Play. I have like hundreds and hundreds of books on my Google Play books because I get them for free, and they're always like, this is like the first book by someone, or this is like a sample book, or this is a little series. These are all like young adult fictions that are just so tropey and dumb, but God, I just love reading them. Or like, the really big fat, I love these books that are 1,000 pages, epic tales of amazingness. I fucking love those. And then, from books, I love graphic novels and comics and comic strips. And then also, I don't mind TV, and I used to like movies a lot more, but really it's video games now. It's stories that I get to interact with. Like, a video game is basically a choose your own adventure, and I loved those as a kid. And it's fun to go through and find all the story options. Like, play it through once and get all these stories. Play it through again. Do I get different dialogue if I pick different things? So that's why I have like 5 different playthroughs on Baldur's Gate, and I have more that I'm working on because, oh my god, different options, different story things. You do something a little bit different at the beginning, and then suddenly that just dominoes out of control, and you're like, wow, the next thing I know, I'm murdering things that I never intended to. This is horrible. You know. Mr. Norrell and Jonathan Strange. I have not. I have that on my list because they made a TV show out of that, didn't they? And I was like, wait, this is a show? And then I was like, wait, this is a show based on a book. I got to read the book. And I added it to my list, but I never actually got around to it. I'm going to re-add that because I think I have... I have not played through Disco Elysium either. I hit some point in the story where I'm like, I don't like any of the choices I have. So I was like, I have to start the whole game over because I think I backed myself into a narrative corner and I did not like where it was going. And I do that sometimes in games when there's so many choices that of things you can do and, you know, skill checks that you can pass or fail, and then, you know, without save scumming. I gotta, you know, sometimes you have to live with those horrible choices, and sometimes you just don't play a game because you got horrible choices and you done messed up. So that's kind of what I did to myself with Disco Elysium, and I'm like, I need to start it again. Incredible, has a beautiful ethereal atmosphere. Oh yeah, the branching, like, and like oh my god, I really enjoyed everything about Disco Elysium. I enjoyed the art. I enjoyed the narration. I like how you're just in the deeps of this poor broken man's head, and just the schisms of his own personality and you're fighting. But there we go. There's a book. You haven't seen the show. Yeah, like Mr. Norrell and Jonathan Strange. I am going to just send that. I'm going to message Nimble, because my Discord messages to Nimble are like my notepad. I'll be like, reminder. Because I will get the ebook on my phone through Ways and Means. And I will add that because, like, my current list of reading on my phone is I'm going to reread Max Brooks' World War Z, because I love that book so much and I wanted to reread it. And then I'm going to be reading Axiom's End, which is a book that someone suggested to me, and I want to check it out. It's like alternate history kind of world of the mid-2000s splitting off, and there being alien cover-ups, and it's science fiction. There's aliens, there's like world-ending things to stop, etc. And I thought that sounded kind of cool. Yeah, the Lindsay Ellis novel, 100%. Yeah, I want to. So Axiom's End, I have that on my phone now, and I'm going to read it after I reread Max Brooks' World War Z, because, my god, I love World War Z. Also, I'm Canadian, fight me. It's World War Z. It also makes sense, right? Zombies, Zeds. Ah? They call him a Z. It's a Z. Z. Letter Z. Americans and your Z's. Psh. Like, fucking traumatized by the American letter Z. I don't care how dumb that sounds. You've read one of Max Brooks. Yeah, like they're I think he's got some good stories. I have. And the Zombie Survival Guide is good, but I really love World War Z. I love the narrative structure of it. I love how it's framed via a series of interviews, that they are written as though, you know, through like an oral history. What's there? Just make Kim Kitsuragi. Yeah. Oh man, so many things, so many books, and get distracted. I'm trying to animate things. As you can see, the process is you end up with a lot of the same frame in slightly different places, doing slightly different things. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think I don't have enough, or I've going to use up more frames than I need to on this. So let's try stretching them out just a little bit more. Maybe I could have this part falling faster so there's more gap, and then the bottom part falling slower so less gaps. Yeah, because I don't have a lot of ones left if I want to try to stick to the little Okay, and okay, I want a slow frame rate. I'll make frame rate 8 for now. Playback time is a full 24 frames. Okay. So this goes across the whole thing. That's the base frame. And then these are going to come in the last 12. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so starting here, I can put in seven, 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay. Okay. So that's kind of that, because I do have a limit in this program. 24 frames is all I can make with the pro version of this game. Ooh, your Friday vacation day was approved. Just looking forward to a 4-day weekend. Hell yeah, Iris. 4-day weekend's kick-ass. Having those extra time for doing things and stuff. So with the dirts, it's gonna come starting there. I'll do the first one, the next one, and I want them in order of barely popping through, popping through a bit more, popping through a little bit more, or maybe I'll go up and then down. Sort of like popping up and then actually kind of falling down a little bit as the gravestones come in, and they start coming in right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, and I think I have enough. I could do that for 2 frames. So this last one, no, the last one's got to stay for the whole thing. I might add an additional unit. But I actually have to animate each one of these ones. So starting with this one, we're going to have it be just starting to pop through. It's like 1, 2, like 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's the basics of it. Now I've wiggled my gravestones. I got to line them back up. Ooh. So much to go through, Ratmost. Hopefully, all these tests are gonna get you answers to help figure out an actual diagnosis so that you can get the correct path of treatment and such. Chronic inflammation and joint pain and shit is bull. It's a bummer. I don't know, Nimmel's had the last couple of years of dealing with chronic health things, so we've been, he's been through a lot of this and that and tests and diagnoses that weren't the right diagnosis, and then follow up new diagnoses that were more accurate. None of them really helping actually fix the problem until finally, finally accumulated into, we finally figured out what it was. And he finally started getting an actual treatment that was effective and helpful. So, there's light down there somewhere on the tunnel. You just gotta keep slogging through specialists and tests and things, and eventually someone will get it right. Hopefully sooner. That's all we can hope for, is hopefully sooner rather than later someone gets the right thing and it actually treatments help and you feel better and have energy. Okay, I'm gonna have to make a little note on here that I need to line it up with okay. Yeah, that one is definitely not centered. That looks better. And we'll try that again. And then what I like to do as well is on a very bottom layer is I like to make a black background because I like to make sure that it looks okay and that there's no weird white spots. Because if I do it on a, oops. Yeah, as you can see, so I need to clean up all those little edges that are going to have a little bit of extra poking out. Should have done that before I made a bunch of copies of that business. Did I not pick that? Yeah, I did. Oh, I'm holding down the space bar. That's why. I'm like, why is it being kind of weird? Ah, one of the Satisfactory songs. because I don't. Whenever I make an animated GIF, I find that these little kind of light spots always end up being extra kind of dumb. Okay, I want a smaller one. What have I done? Okay. That, like, yeah, if there's like a little white spot on the tiny GIF form of whatever the emote is, it really kind of stands out more. Like, I don't know what in the program decides to do that. This has to do with the compression of the files somehow, and I don't, I'm not I just use the art. I don't know how the program functions. Okay, almost done cleaning up these edges so that even on a black background it will still look tidy. And then I can add some flavor on these individual kind of spots. Like little bits of rock that come up and things like that. All right, so I can gonna add in a little page to each of those. Be done with that one. Burp, burp, burp. Then I just have to take those things that I just added, and I will be drawing over them and then putting them into the same scene thing. So going to make that easy. I'm going to use the little droplet things. I'm going to pick a dirt kind of color. Just going to think of how I'm going to add that in here. Settings. I guess I'll have to pull each of these out before adding them back in. So I will delete those. Because then if I have it on a separate layer on outside of the, there we go. No, I don't want it inside the folder. I just want to put it in between. Thank you. Okay, in between. Add some little like blorps of dirt. Maybe that's too big. So that's one. And I'm going to add it. How do I blend them together if I have them in here? So I want to merge that down. Well, I guess I can just do this. Okay. A little bit laborious. I'm not sure how else to do it. I'm just going to do it this way. What do we got going on over here? Brute force the bins. Don't forget the bins. Oh, the bins. Anyway, Ramos, have yourself a good rest. Yare yare. Yeah. Oh, I'm just playing my favorite YouTube mix playlist of mostly the Stipendium. I mean, let's face it. I'm just really into their music. And there's some like Tom Cardy and some other stuff coming up too eventually. Da 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 da. Oh, yada yada. It also makes you want to play some of these games. Like that's like the song for Control was really what made me hyped on playing Control. The little dance. I think I might be able to actually get this mostly done before my time is up today. 4 hours, one whole animated emote, and a hydrate. Eventually I'm going to add a sound to that. I'm not sure what sound. But a sound of some sort. I forgot about the dance. Yare Yare. Just such a silly little little song, little video. Those butlers, their hair, it kills me every time I see them because they have like the anime hair, but IRL. So like they got their hair like combed down like over top of their fucking faces, and then their glasses are on top of the glass, like on top of the hair, and I'm just like, why have you done this? But I also think it's hilarious and funny. Oh, he's got an Alan Wake 2 song. Okay. What do you think? That's at 8 FPS. And that is taking up 24 frames, which is all I can make in this software. It's limited. I can always speed it up or slow it down. Let's see. I'm teaching myself animations, but I'm gonna have funny hieroglyphs to goof each other with. Well, thank you. Yeah, no, just have some fun with that. I was really happy with my screaming. I love that screamy. Just wah. Where it shows up in the chat, I like that too. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a quick. So that's at 8 frames. 8 frames a second is not too bad. That's like 3 seconds for it to all go through. I could do it faster and I can do it slower. So I go to my timeline. I can change my frame rate. I'm pretty sure I can just put in, if I do like 4 frames, expands those frames out. How slow? That's way too slow. Definitely don't want to go slower. 8 works pretty well. What about 12 frames? I'll make it small, like GIF size. And how it looks with the black background. I'm torn. 12 is not bad, but 8's not bad either. I don't think I'd want faster. I'll try 24, and I bet that's gonna be, it's gonna be like zip and be done, and that's too much. Yeah, that's too fast. 100% too fast. I think I'm feeling the 8 frames. I like how it looks with the kind of dirt explosion, which won't really show up that great in the small emote, but will probably show up in the, like, if it gets gigantified. Okay. Well, let's. I think that's a full emote. I think we're done. I think we did it. I think in a 4-hour period, I animated a 24 frame animated emote that I'm now gonna stick on Twitch and see how long it takes to become live. Apparently, eventually, I might be able to hit a point where where I've been streaming long enough that it'll let me upload things and make them live right away. But I'm not there yet. I have not. I'm a baby streamer. I don't have those privileges. So let's export. Export animation, GIF. rip main. Okay, so I'm gonna go rip, and I'm gonna put in the 8 FPS. Because I'm also gonna save it in the 12 just to just to have it and see how that is. So that's the 8 frames per second. That's the full 24 frames, unlimited loops, save. And go to Twitch dashboard. Go to my viewer rewards, my emotes. And I've got 1 remaining animated slot currently. And that's going to be my new rip emote. Ooh, it's getting mad at me. I need to make it just a little tiny bit smaller. So file, image resolution. This is the easiest way to do it. Oh, because I made it a 900 instead of a 600. Normally I make all my emotes 600 by 600 because that keeps them generally, the end result is inside of the 1 megabit or smaller, which is what I can upload. So I just gotta re-export that in the 600 by 600. Save it, yes. Overwrite it. Oh my goodness. I forgot that Ego Raptor had new music. I just feel like y'all need to just see like Ego Raptors, like Aaron Hansen of Game Grumps, and Dan Avidan does some stuff in it too, but it's more the rappy music, which is more Aaron Hansen's thing. And also the folks that get to animate their things are always hilarious. Like, it's so dumb. Anyway, just so silly, and I love that it's just whispered. Okay, Twitch is thinking really hard about uploading. Such a silly song. A classic. Sorry, I couldn't allow that because it's lyrics. It matters, or context. It's just such dumb things. Oh man, there was, what was the other? There was 2 or 3 other videos that they released recently because he got a new album out. What do you mean the file's too large? Why are my files so powerful? How big is it? All my streamer stuff, emotes. Properties. No. I replaced that with the smaller file, so why is it being weird? I might have to bring it down another unit of size. Yeah, I will. Okay, that's fine. Go to edit. Image resolution. Let's drop it down to... I want to try to keep it even. So it's still a good square. Make sure it still looks nice. Yeah, it's still fine. Save. There we go. Got it under a megabyte. Will you take it now, Twitch? Instead of thinking really hard about it. Ah, there it is. Not bad, not bad. I think that looks pretty okay. Just gonna be NoxDracoria rip. I attribute myself because I made it. And I will upload it. And eventually, I've been finding it's about 24 to 48 hours. So it might be up. Probably it'll be up by Thursday for sure. It might be up on Wednesday sometime. And now all I've got left are 2 regular emote slots, not animated. And I've got like a tier 2 emote slot and a tier 3 emote slot, but I don't have tier 2 or 3 subs, so I've been kind of waffling on what to put in there to tempt people. I mean, I'd be able to use them because I am my only... That's the privilege of being the streamer, is I get to have a tier 3 sub to my own channel and unlimited channel points. Yeah, just need... as I get more folks coming back and subscribing and things, it'll slowly open up more emote slots. Like, that's like... They dangle that carrot in front of me, being like, do you want more things? Then you can see, like, this is like the magic behind the scenes. I got like all of these, and I like that after it's been approved and uploaded, I can always swap them out. So like over on the side here, I can be like, hey, go away. I don't want, I have a couple that I've parked already. Oh. So that's that. Good stuff. Just silly stuff. And there we go. Yeah, I wonder I could bring up a browser source really small on the side to cover up my Winamp, because Winamp just keeps breaking. But yeah, we're getting close to pretty much at the end of the stream here. It's just after 2. I'll chat for a few minutes. I'll take off my drawing glove. Whoop. I need to get a couple of more of these, because if I draw for that long, it starts to get a little bit sweaty. But that's a normal thing. I'm gonna fix my hair as well now that I'm not drawing it. It's not gonna be stuck on my face. I'm also gonna try uploading. I'll put the animated GIF on my Discord if it lets me. Discord's even pickier about files working or not working. Hey, thanks for the hydrate. Hi, sir. Just gonna keep watching. Is it because the ads are running? Do they not have or has she just dropped in to straight up scream? Drop emote, like drop alerts on me.
I just wanna be part of your
In for the traditional end of stream, everyone spams their hard-earned channel points. But yeah, we did a whole... I'm very proud of myself. You meant to watch earlier, but you just woke up. You have, I'll say, a sleeping schedule. Like, it's a schedule. It's not really a daytime schedule, but it's a schedule. Yeah, I don't know. That was a day. Bide needs to go to sleep. Oh my goodness. Sometimes it's 7 hours, sometimes it's 13. Yep. Well, we did an art. We made a GIF. Did you get to see it? Hi, sir. Like, did let me just zoom in here for a second. I will quickly go back. Unsure. So this is what I worked on today. I did, no, not that. This. From start to finish, from a little idea to an entirely animated GIF, and I have uploaded it on Twitch. I just finished. That this was like, I don't know, I spent like an hour just bullshitting, and then the other 3 hours I drew things instead of doing anything else, which is why I just sat and just chatting all day, because I was like, whatever, I'm drawing, I'm chatting. But yeah, I made and animated this whole business. I'll make it a little bit smaller there. I had to drop down the resolution a bit in order for it to be acceptable to Twitch, because it was too big. My GIF was too powerful. But it's okay, because when it's GIF sized, it looks nice. Yeah, I thought so. And it's got like a little bit of dirt kind of like going off on the when the gravestone pops up. And honestly, I think that's probably part of what like bumps up the number of bytes involved, is all the little tiny bits that were moving. Because I've done longer emotes that were smaller, but like they weren't as many moving parts. Because I have the dirt's a moving part, the gravestone's a moving part, the leaf's a moving part, and you know they're a bit bigger. I saved a higher resolution version as well. But yeah, that's the fun. So that's what I did. We listened to assorted music from assorted places, and chit-chatted, and I did the whole, this is making and animating a basic GIF. So I was pretty happy with how that all went. It turned out pretty well, I think. I like it. It's now going to be live on my channel whenever it gets approved, which is a mystery. I find that somewhere between 24 and 48 hours. So I expect it to be live like right after my stream tomorrow, or sometime on Wednesday when I'm not even streaming. Like, because that's always the way it goes. Like if I upload one on Thursday, it's sometimes available by Saturday night, maybe. Yeah, exactly. Next time did you catch any of the Resident Evil this weekend? If not, there were some funny moments. There's some clips of me either jump scaring badly when zombies pop up in my face, or killing myself. I just bodied myself with a shipping crate. That was the thing that happened. I wasn't expecting it to happen. And I just went like, bam! And Claire's flying, like, you know, she was done. Ended. So, there's clips for that. Some of them are shared in the Discord. Some of them are just on Twitch. Y'all know how to scroll down to where the VODs and Twitch clips and things are. I believe in you. You have the power. Pump up those numbers for me. Yeah, but that was about sort of how it went. I made a GIF. And that's about how long it takes me to make a GIF when it comes to an animated one. For a non-animated one, depending on how complicated I draw it, you know, it's about an hour to draw and color in and do details to make it look pretty. So I like making things look pretty. It's just like whenever I'm doing a costume for my pin tuber, it's about the same. Like it takes about an hour or so to add a part and color it in. If I'm making a whole cosplay one, it's about 2 or 3 hours of work. And usually I do it during like the evening, so I'll be like, I'll do like a half-hour work, and then I go and deal with the kids for something, and come back and do more drawing, go and make dinner, come back, do some more drawing, watch some, that's what I'm doing when I'm lurking, is I'm lurking and drawing usually. Sometimes I'm lurking and playing video games, but more often, at least after I started getting my ADHD treatment, it was more, now I can focus on doing my art, so I'll do my art while I'm listening to streamers. And then if I hear something entertaining, I tab over and chat. I still drive Nimble a little bit crazy, though, because I listen to several streamers at the same time. That's still my ADHD and or autism brain saying, like, hey, just doing drawing isn't enough, and I can't just listen to one streamer. I need at least 2 sets of voices talking. Like, I don't know why my brain is like that. It just is. I wish things could upload faster. And I think it has to do with how long I've been affiliated. Like, I think if I've been affiliated for a certain amount of time, then I can get emotes that I put up approved faster. I don't know, I'll have to look into that. Like, hopefully, like, I'm coming up on, I'm like, 2.5 months in on being affiliated, so I'm a wee little baby streamer. I haven't had a lot of time, but I've got a lot of fun stuff so far, and I just have to figure out 2 more still emotes to fill in all the tier 1 emote slots. I'm just trying to figure out what sort of fun things I could do with them. I've been kind of as I stream and I find things, or like if we say a lot of something, or if there's a repeated, like, I might just have one that's like, shit indeed, or like some other, expression or item or reference, to try to make it a little more fun. I could, try to tie it into something we're doing together on stream. We'll see how it is. Anyway, let's take a look and see who is streaming, who's around doing what. I got all those are all muted because I'm not watching these. Let's see. I wonder if... Okay, I see his screen moving. Angie is working on stuff, but it looks like he's working on his software for Clipperino or something. Which isn't super exciting when it comes... it's not bad. It's a fun vibe. Got good music. I'm sure some of y'all are already lurking over there anyway, to show him support. We could raid over... Let's see. How to Be Quiet is still working on Project Zomboid. He has been working on, I think, burning all the zombies he owes from the charity streaming he did over the winter. Like, he had, I think it was for donations for the fire truck. He was like, for every however much, he'll burn however many zombies. And it got to something silly, like he needed to burn like 25,000 zombies. And he's gotten really good at finding and burning zombies in Project Zomboid. I think his character's been alive for over 100 days, has a really nice base set up, and he's got some ambulances. And he takes one and drives it around, and all the zombies follow the ambulance. And then he moves it to a spot and parks it and hops out and hustles away while the zombies congregate on the ambulance. And then he gets his Molotovs. He gets his fire bombs. Hits the zombies. Fucking Ego Raptor. Fuck. So this Sonic's last ring. Oh my god. Got distracted by that. But yeah, then he just, then hundreds of zombies get burned, and then he goes home and fixes up stuff and prepares to do that same thing again. Which is pretty entertaining sometimes. let's see. We could do some more art stuff. Christy Arts is doing PNG tuber stuff, so we could carry on the we did art and carry it to someone else. At least one is a Ninumbil. Yeah, isn't it all the ambulances, or does he have a specific one? Like I thought it was. That's just the mod that Nino had. So all the ambulances. That's right. Like they don't make like a wee woo. They make a type sound that done by the wonderful streamer Nino, who is always a pleasant amount of chaos. I think. Let me just double check. I have. Is her channel Ninu_TV or is it? Because I'll do her a shout out because she's a fun streamer. But yeah, like she's wacky. I love her. Yeah. Oh, Ninu VT, but they're there. There we go. Yeah, and she's got a whole group of entertaining folks that she streams with as well. Anyway, take a look. So we could watch arts. We could watch. We could always go see Null Run, do more spooky games. Or what is? Oh, what's this? Sunken Land. Coin Fury TV is playing Sunken Land. That looks kind of neat. I think I have that in my list of things to look at. Like I have like that's pretty much what my wish list is. Oh, Yo-Yo Rouge is doing art stream too. Oh, I have never raided over to Yo-Yo Rouge. Could do that. Got her somewhere in my list. With a tight crew. I mean, we're always down for some fun chaos. Let's find and oh, I know phone. What is her channel name? I don't know why I can't find. I thought I was following her. Oh wait, no, there we go. I was following her. Why didn't it show up right away? I think it's my eyeballs. I think my eyeballs are just not good. But sure, why not? Let us go and say hi to Yo-Yo Rouge. And doing the arts, because she's usually doing the arts. She's got a really entertaining VTuber model as well. It's pretty wild. Okay, not I'm anxious. And put some fun things here. Check my Discord for more updates. Thank you for coming by, hanging out, working, lurking, etc. We'll go say hi to Yo-Yo Rouge. Anyone who hangs out on the Will Shan stream will be familiar with her. And the fun things that she does. Gremlin vibes are always appreciated. I hope I will try to actually pick a game so we have like 1 or 2 games or 3 games to try out tomorrow. See if something sticks. so we can decide what we can do for next week and the week after. And I think I'm getting closer to exciting things in Control as well. So Thursday and Friday we're still set, and Resident Evil, I've got a big boss fight to start off with on Saturday. So tomorrow is just going to be a mystery. Maybe I'll do my event stuff on Fallout. Maybe I will find an actual game to play. We'll see, again, how it goes. I hope everyone has a fantastic rest of their Monday. Have an amazing next day if I don't see you. We'll have fun over at the raid. Thanks for coming by, and have a great one.